Hello guys, welcome to Nexus Harry. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry's scar burst open at age 6 and he gained the memories of 50 forbidden dark arts books? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Broke the Crack of Vernon Dursley's Belt was a sound Harry Potter knew better than his own name. Not the first crack, that one was almost gentle, if you could call anything about Vernon Dursley gentle. It was the warm-up swing, the one where the leather folded over on itself and snapped the air above Harry's head, and Vernon's face went from its usual pink to something closer to beetroot. The first crack was a warning. Hold still. Don't you dare cry. You brought this on yourself, boy. The second crack was the real one. It always found skin. Harry was 6 years old, and he'd learned a long time ago that crying made it worse. So he pressed his face into the carpet of the living room, the good carpet, the one Aunt Petunia had picked out from the catalogue, the one that smelled like lemon cleaner and dog hair even though they didn't have a dog, and he clenched his jaw and he waited for it to be over. Thought you could embarrass me, Vernon was saying, somewhere above him, somewhere enormous. Thought you could make a fool of me in front of the Masons. In front of my clients. Harry hadn't thought anything. He'd been serving drinks the way Aunt Petunia told him to, carrying a tray that was too heavy for his arms, and one of the glasses had, well, it had floated. Just for a second. Just hovered about an inch off the tray, wobbling slightly, and Mrs. Mason had screamed, and Mr. Mason had knocked over his chair, and Vernon's deal had gone sideways, and now here they were. The belt came down again. Harry's back lit up white. Freakish, Vernon spat. Ungrateful. Unnatural little, the fourth hit was across the back of his neck, and something in Harry shifted. Not emotionally. Not metaphorically. Something physically shifted inside his skull, behind his eyes, in the place where the thin lightning bolt scar split his forehead. He'd always been aware of it, the scar, it itched sometimes, tingled in thunderstorms, seemed to pulse when he was angry or scared. But this was different. This felt like a crack in a dam. A hairline fracture spidering outward through glass. The belt came down again. Harry's vision went red. No, his vision went green. Bright, screaming, killing curse green, and the scar on his forehead opened. Not like a wound reopening. Like a door. The pain was so far beyond anything the belt could do that Harry almost laughed. It was enormous. It was the whole world. It was a sound he could feel in his teeth and a color he could taste on his tongue, and something was pouring through the crack in his head, rushing into him like water through a broken hull, and he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't. The living room exploded. Not figuratively. The windows blew outward in a spray of glass and wooden frame. The television ripped itself off the wall and shattered against the ceiling. The good carpet rippled like water, and every piece of furniture within 15 feet of Harry slid backward as if shoved by a giant hand. Vernon Dursley, all 22 stone of him, was picked up and thrown into the far wall hard enough to crack the plaster. He hit the ground like a sack of wet sand and didn't move. Petunia screamed from the kitchen. Dudley screamed from upstairs. Somewhere down the street, a car alarm went off. Harry didn't hear any of it. He was drowning. Drowning in words, in pages, in knowledge so dense and so vast that his 6-year-old mind should have shattered like the windows. Titles and authors and languages he shouldn't have known, Latin, Parseltongue, Old English, something guttural and ancient that predated written language, all of it slamming into him at once. He saw pages. Thousands of pages. Handwritten notes in margins. Diagrams of spellwork so complex they looked like mathematical proofs. Descriptions of magic so dark that the paper they'd been written on had been soaked in blood to hold the ink. Magic most evil. Secrets of the darkest art. The abyssal codex of Herpo the Foul. Flamel's forbidden annotations. On the nature of soul, spirit, and the severing thereof. 50 books. 50 of the most forbidden texts ever produced by wizardkind. Books that had been burned by ministries. Books whose authors had been executed, imprisoned, or driven mad by what they'd written. Books that Albus Dumbledore had spent decades ensuring would never be read by another living soul. Books that Voldemort himself had spent half his life hunting, and had only found a fraction of. All of them. Complete. Every word, every diagram, every marginalia note from every dark wizard who'd ever scribbled a thought in the gutters of these terrible, brilliant, monstrous texts. Poured into the mind of a 6-year-old boy lying face down on a carpet in Surrey. It took 11 seconds. Harry would later estimate this, working backward from the physical evidence, the amount of plaster dust that had settled, the distance Vernon had slid down the wall, the still falling glass from the windows. 11 seconds for 50 lifetimes of forbidden knowledge to unpack themselves inside his skull. He lay on the carpet for a long time after. Minutes, maybe. The pain in his forehead faded from unbearable to merely agonizing, then to a deep, throbbing ache, then to something almost manageable. The pain in his back, the belt marks, throbbed in counterpoint. Harry opened his eyes. The living room looked like a bomb had gone off. Vernon was crumpled against the far wall, breathing but unconscious. The ceiling light fixture swung drunkenly from one wire. Glass and plaster dust covered everything. Harry pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, and the world was different. Not the living room, that was the same disaster it had been a moment ago. But the world. The air itself. He could see it now, or feel it, or something in between, the ambient magical energy that permeated everything, that Muggles walked through every day without knowing. It had a texture. A temperature. It moved in currents and eddies around living things, and it pooled in certain places and thinned in others, and Harry could see every bit of it the way a fish suddenly becomes aware of water. He looked at his own hands. Thin, small, bruised. The hands of a 6-year-old who didn't get enough to eat. But the magic around them, in them, blazed like white fire. Something in the new knowledge stirring in his mind offered a calm, clinical observation, magical core. Unusually dense. Unusually volatile. The discharge was accidental but the capacity is, Harry shook his head. The knowledge settled. It wasn't like hearing a voice. It was more like suddenly remembering something you'd always known. Like looking at a word you'd seen 1,000 times and suddenly understanding what it meant. He looked at the belt marks on his arms where Vernon's swing had wrapped around his thin forearms. 3 angry welts, already swelling, one of them split and bleeding. His back was worse, he could feel it, hot and wet. And he knew, with the calm certainty of someone reading instructions off a page, exactly how to fix it. The knowledge rose up without him reaching for it. Sanguis Sano. Page 412 of Moreau's Compendium of Flesh and Bone. Healing Art. Classified as dark because it requires the caster to use their own vitality as fuel rather than ambient magical energy. Side effects minimal for small wounds. Wand movement unnecessary for a direct contact application. Harry pressed his palm flat against the worst welt on his forearm. He didn't speak the incantation. He didn't need to. He just thought it. Pushed the intention through his hand the way you'd push air through pursed lips to whistle. The welt sealed shut. The skin knitted together, pink and new, and the pain vanished like someone had flipped a switch. Where the wound had been, there was nothing. Not even a mark. Harry stared at his arm for a long time. Then he healed the other 2 welts. Then he reached over his shoulder, awkwardly, the way a 6-year-old would, and pressed his palm against his back, and healed those 2. It was harder to reach, and the wounds were deeper, and afterward he felt a wave of dizziness that the knowledge helpfully identified as mild vitality depletion, rest and caloric intake recommended. He stood up. His legs were steady. His mind was very, very full, but it wasn't confused. It was like someone had installed a library inside his head, floor to ceiling, perfectly organized, and he could pull any book off any shelf just by thinking about it. The sheer volume of it should have driven him mad, the knowledge itself said so, in several places, in several languages, with several detailed case studies of what happened to people who tried to absorb too much forbidden knowledge at once. But Harry was 6, and 6-year-olds are surprisingly resilient about things that would break adults. His mind hadn't calcified yet. Hadn't built the rigid structures of assumption and belief that would have cracked under the weight of what he'd received. The knowledge slotted in alongside everything else he knew about the world, alongside the alphabet and how to tie his shoes and which floorboards creaked in the hallway outside his cupboard, and it fit. It fit because he didn't have enough preconceptions to reject it. He walked to the kitchen doorway. Petunia was standing by the sink, her hands clapped over her mouth, her eyes enormous. She'd seen the blast. She'd heard Vernon hit the wall. She'd watched her 6-year-old nephew stand up and heal himself with a touch. Harry looked at her. Really looked at her, for the first time. The magic, or rather, the absence of magic, around her was stark. A muggle. But not entirely. There were traces, faint and atrophied, like muscles that had never been used. She'd had the potential, once. A tiny spark. Not enough to get a Hogwarts letter, but enough to see the Thestrals if she'd ever watched someone die, enough to feel the chill of a Dementor slightly more than her neighbors would. Enough to know, deep in her bones, that magic was real. Enough to hate her sister for having what she didn't. "Aunt Petunia," Harry said. His voice was calm. Too calm for a 6-year-old, and they both knew it. She flinched. "He's alive," Harry said, tilting his head back toward the living room. "He'll have a concussion. Maybe a cracked rib. You should call an ambulance." "What did you?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything. Something happened to me." Harry touched his scar. It was still warm, still tender, but the fracture had sealed. The door had closed. Whatever had been stored behind it was out now, fully transferred. He could feel the emptiness where it had been, like a pocket turned inside out. "Something that's been waiting to happen for 5 years, I think." Petunia's hands were shaking. She backed away from him until her hips hit the kitchen counter, and she gripped the edge of it like a woman on a sinking ship. "You're just like her," she said, and the venom in it was so old and so deep that it was almost beautiful. "You're just like your mother." A month ago, Harry would have flinched at that. Would have ducked his head and said sorry, Aunt Petunia, and retreated to his cupboard. Instead he said, "I know." Something in the way he said it made Petunia's face go white. "I know about my mother," Harry continued. "I know about Hogwarts. I know about Voldemort. I know about the killing curse, and I know about the protection she left on me when she died. I know about the blood wards on this house." He paused. The knowledge offered him a dozen more details: Dumbledore's specific ward construction, the Fidelius-adjacent charm layers, the sacrificial resonance anchored to Petunia's blood, but he didn't need to share all of it. "I know everything, Aunt Petunia. As of about 3 minutes ago, I know everything." "That's not possible," she breathed. "You're 6. "Yeah." Harry almost smiled. "Weird, right?" From the living room came a groan. Vernon was waking up. Harry could hear the big man shifting, hear the sharp intake of breath that meant he'd found his cracked rib. In a moment, he'd start shouting. In 2 moments, he'd come looking for Harry with murder in his piggish eyes. Harry didn't wait. He walked to the living room doorway and looked at his uncle. Vernon was sitting up against the cracked wall, his face a mask of confusion and rage, his belt still clutched in one meaty hand. He saw Harry and his expression cycled through pain, fear, and then settled on its default, fury. "You," Vernon snarled, hauling himself to his feet with a sound like a walrus trying to stand. "You little freak, what did you—" "Sit down, Vernon." Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't do anything visible with his hands. But the air in the room changed. The temperature dropped 3 degrees. The ambient magical energy, the stuff that flowed around everything like invisible smoke, suddenly contracted around Harry like a cloak, pulling in tight, becoming dense and bright, and Vernon Dursley felt it. He couldn't see it, couldn't name it, but every hair on his body stood up and every ancient primate instinct in his brain started screaming predator predator predator. Vernon sat down. He didn't decide to sit down. His legs just buckled. "Good," Harry said. "Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go upstairs and pack my things. I'm going to walk out the front door. And I'm never coming back. You can't, you live here, this is my house, I'm your legal, you just beat a 6-year-old with a belt, Vernon. What you are is lucky I don't have a phone, or you'd be my legal nothing by tomorrow morning." Vernon's mouth opened and closed. The belt slipped from his fingers and pooled on the floor. "The glass," Harry added, almost as an afterthought. "You should clean it up before Dudley comes downstairs. He's not wearing shoes." Then he turned and walked upstairs. It took him 4 minutes to pack his things. This was not because he had a lot of things. He had 2 changes of Dudley's old clothes, a broken pair of glasses, a single children's book that he'd stolen from a bin at school, and a threadbare blanket. He put them in a plastic bag from under the bathroom sink and walked back downstairs. Petunia was in the hallway. She'd positioned herself between Harry and the front door, but her body language made it clear she wasn't trying to stop him. She was trying to understand. Her thin face was working through emotions like someone flipping through a Rolodex: fear, guilt, anger, grief, and something small and terrible that might have been relief. "Where will you go?" she asked. "I don't know yet." This was honest. The knowledge in his head was vast but specific. It was 50 books of dark magic theory and practice, not a road map to Greater London. "Somewhere. I'll figure it out. If you leave," Petunia stopped. Started again. "There are protections on this house. I know that. That man, the one who left you on the doorstep, he told me there were protections. They keep you safe. The blood wards," Harry said. "Anchored to your shared connection with my mother. They prevent anyone who wishes me harm from finding me while I call this place home." He tilted his head. "The problem, Aunt Petunia, is that the person who wishes me the most harm is already inside the wards." She had nothing to say to that. She just stepped aside. Harry opened the front door and walked out into the November evening. It was cold, too cold for a 6-year-old in an oversized jumper, and the streetlights on Privet Drive were just flickering on. The glass from the blown-out windows crunched under his shoes on the walkway. Across the street, Mrs. Number 7 was peering out through her curtains. Down the block, a dog was barking. Harry made it to the end of the garden path before the crack of apparition split the air behind him. He didn't jump. The knowledge told him what the sound was, and the knowledge also told him who it would be, because the blood wards on number 4, Privet Drive were connected to a monitoring network, and a discharge of accidental magic that blew out every window in the house would have triggered every alarm in the system simultaneously. The man who appeared on the sidewalk was very tall and very thin and very old, with a silver beard long enough to tuck into his belt and half-moon spectacles perched on a nose that had been broken at least twice. He wore robes of deep purple under a traveling cloak that was somehow both conspicuous and easy to overlook, and his blue eyes held the kind of gentle, twinkling concern that Harry immediately recognized as a performance. Not a dishonest performance. Not exactly. But a constructed one. The gentleness was real. The concern was real. But the twinkle, the grandfatherly warmth, the harmless old man act, that was armor. That was camouflage. That was one of the most powerful wizards who had ever lived choosing to present himself as a kindly headmaster. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. The twinkle stuttered. Just for a moment. Just a flicker of genuine surprise in those ancient blue eyes, and then the mask was back, smooth and warm and impenetrable. "Hello, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was like honey poured over gravel. Deep, kind, measured. "I must say, I wasn't expecting to be recognized. We haven't met, as far as I'm aware. We haven't. I know your face from, well, it's complicated. Harry shifted the plastic bag from one hand to the other. He was suddenly very aware of how small he was. How absurd this must look, a tiny, skinny, bespectacled child in too big clothes, standing on a sidewalk in Surrey, having a conversation with Albus Dumbledore as if they were colleagues meeting at a conference. Something happened to my scar tonight. I have a lot of new information that I didn't have an hour ago. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. The twinkle didn't fade, but something behind it went very still, the way a cat goes still when it spots a mouse. Your scar. The one you received on the night Voldemort killed my parents. Yes. Harry saw the micro-flinch at the name and noted it. Interesting, even Dumbledore reacts to the name, but its performance, he uses it himself when it suits him. The scar contained a fragment of something. A soul fragment, I think. A Horcrux. The word hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. His face didn't move, he was too controlled for that, but his magical aura convulsed. Harry could see it, that blazing silver-white corona of power that surrounded the old man, and for just a second it rippled and contracted, the way a muscle clenches in shock. Where, Dumbledore said very quietly, did you hear that word? I didn't hear it. I know it. I know what a Horcrux is, how one is made, how one is destroyed, and roughly how many Voldemort created. The fragment in my scar ruptured tonight. It's gone now, the soul piece is destroyed, burnt out by the discharge. But before it went, it unloaded. Unloaded? Knowledge. Stored knowledge. 50 texts, dark arts, mostly, some of the worst ever written. The complete contents of all 50, including marginalia. I don't know why the soul fragment was carrying them. Storage, maybe. Voldemort might have been using the Horcrux as a kind of backup library. Harry frowned. The knowledge offered several possible explanations, but none was definitive. Whatever the reason, it's all in my head now. Dumbledore stood very still on the sidewalk of Privet Drive, and the November wind tugged at his silver beard, and the streetlight above them buzzed and flickered, and for a long moment the only sound was the distant barking of the dog down the block. Then he said, perhaps you should come inside, Harry. We should, no. It came out flat. Final. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes without flinching, and this time it was the old wizard who looked away first, not from discomfort, but from recognition. He'd seen something in those green eyes. Something that didn't belong in the face of a 6-year-old. I'm not going back in that house, Harry said. Not tonight. Not ever. Harry, the protections, the blood wards are anchored to Petunia's shared blood with my mother. They prevent magical detection and malicious approach within the property boundary. I understand their function, Professor. I also understand that they don't protect me from my uncle's belt. Harry turned and pointed at the blown-out windows of number 4. See the glass? That wasn't accidental magic. That was my magic reacting to being beaten. The wards don't account for Muggle violence because you didn't design them to. You designed them to protect me from Death Eaters. You didn't think about what was happening inside. Each sentence landed like a stone dropped into still water. Dumbledore's face didn't crumble, he was too old, too practiced, too armored for that. But something shifted behind his eyes. Something that looked, if you were being generous, like shame. I have visited, Dumbledore began carefully, to check, you visited. You checked. You saw a thin, quiet child in clothes 3 sizes too big, and you told yourself it was fine. That it was necessary. That the greater good of the blood protection outweighed whatever was happening inside. Harry's voice was still calm. Still eerily, impossibly calm for a child his age. I'm not angry, Professor. I understand strategic thinking. I understand sacrifice. I have 50 books in my head that are very clear on the concept of acceptable losses. But I am not going to be one. A second crack of apparition, sharper, more aggressive, and a second figure materialized on the sidewalk 10 feet away. This one was dressed in black from collar to boots, with lank dark hair and a hooked nose and the general demeanor of a man who had arrived expecting a crisis and was furious about it. "Albus, Severus Snape," snapped, already striding forward. The monitoring charms went haywire. Every ward alarm between here and Scotland lit up like, he stopped. He'd seen Harry. Or rather, he'd seen Harry's eyes. Snape went absolutely rigid. The blood drained from his face so fast that for a moment Harry thought the man might actually faint. Those black eyes, deep-set, sharp, filled with years of carefully maintained bitterness, locked onto Harry's green ones and something in them broke. "Lily," Snape whispered. Just the one word. Just that one name, pulled out of him like a fish hook. "No," Harry said. "Harry. Her son." Snape flinched. His expression rebuilt itself in layers, shock to pain to anger to that familiar mask of cold contempt that he wore like a second skin. But Harry had seen beneath it. The knowledge in his head included detailed information about legilimency and occlumency, and while he hadn't read Snape's mind, he'd seen the man's aura react. The emotional signature was unmistakable. Grief. Deep, old, calcified grief, layered over with self-loathing and bitterness and something that was almost love. "The child knows my name, Albus," Snape said, his voice acid and silk. "He knows your name. I was under the impression he was being raised as a muggle." "He was," Dumbledore said. "There have been developments. I can see that." Snape's gaze swept the blown-out windows, the glass on the lawn, the cracked front wall visible through the ruined window frame. "Developments that include destroying a muggle home. Charming." "My uncle was beating me with a belt," Harry said. "My scar broke open. 50 books of forbidden knowledge poured into my head. Then my magic blew up the living room. It's been a weird night." Snape stared at him. The contempt on his face flickered, then hardened again, but it was a different kind of hard now. Less reflexive, more evaluative. He was looking at Harry. Really looking. And Harry, who could now see magical auras the way most people could see colors, watched Snape's gaze track to his forehead, to the scar, and then, Snape took a sharp breath. His left hand, his wand hand, twitched. "The Horcrux," Snape said, very quietly, to Dumbledore. "You knew," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Snape turned on him, and there was something dangerous in his expression now. Not threatening, Harry had grown up with threatening, and this wasn't it. This was the dangerous look of a very intelligent man who had just realized he was in a situation he couldn't control. "How much do you know, boy?" "About what?" "About Horcruxes in general. About the one that was in my head. About you." Harry held up his hand and ticked off fingers. "About why you turned spy for Dumbledore. About the dark mark on your left forearm, which, by the way, is a fascinating piece of soul-binding magic, really inventive construction. Voldemort anchored it through a modified stop." The word cracked through the air with the force of a whip. Snape's wand was in his hand. Harry hadn't even seen him draw it, and his face was white with something that was very close to terror. Not of Harry. Of what Harry was saying. "Severus," Dumbledore said gently. "He's analyzing the dark mark, Albus. He's 6 years old and he's analyzing the dark mark like a, Snape's jaw worked. "What happened to him?" Harry answered before Dumbledore could. "The Horcrux in my scar was acting as a storage vessel. When it ruptured, the stored contents transferred to me. 50 texts. I can give you the complete list if you want. Secrets of the Darkest Art. The Abyssal Codex. Flamel's forbidden annotations on the Philosopher's Stone. The unredacted version of Magic Most Evil. 23 others that I don't think have been seen by anyone living in at least 2 centuries. Silence. A car passed on the road behind them, headlights sweeping across the 3 figures on the sidewalk, an old man in purple, a dark figure in black, and a tiny boy with a lightning scar, and then it was gone, and the street was dark and quiet again. "He's telling the truth," Snape said. His voice had changed. The contempt was gone. In its place was something flat and clinical, the voice of a man who had spent years in the company of dark wizards and knew what he was looking at. "Albus, the child is telling the truth. I can feel it. The magical density around him is—" He stopped. Shook his head. "This shouldn't be possible." "Many things shouldn't be possible," Dumbledore said. "And yet—" "I'm cold," Harry said. Because he was. He was 6 years old and it was November and he was standing on a sidewalk in an oversized jumper with no coat, holding a plastic bag full of everything he owned. "Can we go somewhere that isn't here?" Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a look. It lasted about 2 seconds, but Harry, with his new understanding of body language and subtle magical communication, could read every layer of it. Dumbledore was asking permission. Snape was refusing to give it. Dumbledore was insisting. Snape was furious. Dumbledore was pulling rank. Snape was acquiescing with venomous reluctance. "I have a suggestion," Dumbledore said, turning back to Harry with his warmest grandfather smile. "There is a safe house, the Leaky Cauldron," Harry said. "I'm sorry. I want to stay at the Leaky Cauldron. In Diagon Alley. I want a room. I want access to the alley and its shops. I want a key to my parents' vault at Gringotts so I can pay for it." Harry said all of this matter-of-factly, the way a child might list what they wanted for Christmas. "I'm not going to a safe house where you control who comes in and out. I'm not going to another Muggle family. I'm going to the Leaky Cauldron, and I'm going to live there until I'm old enough for Hogwarts. That's 4.5 years. I have the money, I know my parents left me a vault. You can send someone to check on me if it makes you feel better." "Snape, probably. He'll hate it, but he'll do it because you'll ask him to." Snape made a sound that was somewhere between a snarl and a laugh. "The arrogance. Just like his, don't say, just like his father," Harry said. "I've never met my father. I don't know what he was like. Whatever I am, I'm it on my own." Snape's mouth clicked shut. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and now the grandfatherly warmth was thinner, stretched tight over something harder. Not anger. Concern. Genuine, deep, well-intentioned concern, and Harry could feel it in the man's aura, bright and true. Dumbledore was not a bad man. He was not a villain. He was a brilliant, powerful, deeply flawed old wizard who believed with absolute conviction that he knew what was best for everyone, and he was almost always right, and the times he was wrong people tended to die. "Harry, you are 6 years old. You cannot live alone. I've been living alone. I've been living in a cupboard under the stairs of a house where I'm beaten and starved and treated like a house elf with worse accommodations. The Leaky Cauldron would be a significant upgrade. The wizarding world is dangerous. There are those who would seek to harm me, use me, manipulate me, recruit me, or study me. Yes. I'm aware." Harry shifted the plastic bag again. His fingers were getting numb. "I'm also aware that I currently have more knowledge of defensive and offensive magic than anyone alive except possibly you. I'm not helpless, Professor. I'm the opposite of helpless. What I am is cold and hungry and tired, and I'd really like to go somewhere warm." Dumbledore studied him. The twinkle was completely gone now. What was left was just the man, old, powerful, tired, carrying the weight of a war that hadn't really ended on his bony shoulders. He looked at Harry and Harry looked back, and neither of them blinked. "Tom owes me a favor," Dumbledore said finally. "The innkeeper. I'll arrange a room." "Thank you. I will be checking on you regularly. I'd expect nothing less." "And, Harry," Dumbledore hesitated. It was a real hesitation, not a performance. The mask was down now, or at least thinner than Harry had ever seen it. "I am sorry. For what happened in that house. You should have checked, Harry agreed. But you didn't. And I survived. And now I'm this. He gestured at himself, small, skinny, absurd, terrifying. So maybe it worked out. In the worst possible way. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the twinkle was back, but it was a sadder twinkle. A more honest one. Severus, would you escort Harry to the Leaky Cauldron? I need to repair the Muggle's memory and fix the house before the neighbors begin asking questions. Absolutely not, Snape said immediately. Severus. He can see the dark mark through my sleeve, Albus. He was analyzing its construction. I am not spending a moment longer in the company of this, he's Lily's son, Dumbledore said quietly. Snape's face did something complicated. His mouth opened. Closed. His hand, the one not holding his wand, clenched into a fist at his side, then slowly unclenched. He turned to look at Harry, and Harry saw it again, the grief, the love, the self-hatred, all of it churning beneath that cold mask. Fine, Snape said, in a tone that suggested it was the opposite of fine. He extended his hand, not warmly, not gently, but with the stiff efficiency of a man doing an unpleasant duty. Take my hand, Potter. Side-along apparition. It will be unpleasant. I know what apparition feels like, Harry said. Textbook description, anyway. Compression through non-space, sensation of being forced through a narrow tube. Sounds awful. It is awful. Take my hand. Harry took his hand. Snape's fingers were cold and long and wrapped around Harry's small hand like a cage. The man's grip was tight, tighter than it needed to be. Not cruel. Protective. As if Snape was afraid that the apparition might tear this tiny, impossible child apart, and he was holding on hard enough to prevent it. The world compressed. Harry felt his body squeeze through something that was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, felt his lungs flatten and his eyes press back into his skull, and then, air. Warmth. The smell of pipe smoke and old wood and something meaty cooking in a kitchen somewhere nearby. The Leaky Cauldron was dim and mostly empty. A few patrons sat in shadowy booths, nursing drinks that glowed faintly or bubbled without heat. The bar was a long stretch of scarred wood, manned by a hunched, bald figure in an apron who looked up as Snape and Harry materialized by the door. Professor Snape. Tom the innkeeper straightened up, his toothless smile faltering as he took in Snape's expression. What, is everything, a room, Snape said. Long term. Dumbledore's account. The boy will be staying indefinitely. Tom peered over the bar at Harry. His eyes widened. They tracked up to the scar, and his mouth fell open. Merlin Saggy, is that, yes, Snape said. No, you may not ask questions. A room. Now. Of course, right away, best room in the house, not the best room, Harry said. Something small is fine. Close to the back exit to the alley, if you have it. Tom stared at him. Then at Snape. Then back at Harry. He's very articulate for his age, isn't he? You have no idea, Snape muttered. 5 minutes later, Harry was standing in a small room on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron. It had a bed, a real bed, with a real mattress and real sheets and a real pillow, and a window that looked out onto the alley below, and a small wardrobe, and a basin with running water. It was, by any objective standard, a modest and slightly shabby room in a very old pub. Harry set his plastic bag on the bed and stared at it for a long time. Snape stood in the doorway. He hadn't left. Harry could feel the man's presence behind him, the tight, controlled magical aura, the barely suppressed turmoil of emotion. Snape wanted to leave. Every fiber of the man screamed leave, get away from those eyes, get away from her face looking at you from a child's body. But he stayed. You're going to ask me something, Harry said, without turning around. Silence. Then, the books. The 50 texts. Are you able to control the knowledge? Or does it control you? Harry considered this. It was, he realized, the smartest question anyone had asked him tonight. Not what do you know or how is this possible or are you dangerous? But, who's in charge? I control it, he said. It's not like a voice or a compulsion. It's like a library. I can access it when I want to. The rest of the time, it's just, there. Quiet. Like books on a shelf. Books on a shelf, Snape repeated flatly. 50 of the most dangerous texts ever written. On a shelf. In the mind of a first-year primary student. I know it sounds insane. It doesn't sound insane. It sounds impossible. And yet here you are, a 6-year-old who can identify a Horcrux, analyze soul-binding magic, and perform wandless healing, standing in a room at the Leaky Cauldron as if this is a perfectly normal Tuesday evening. It's Saturday, Harry said. Snape's eye twitched. For a very brief, almost invisible moment, the corner of his mouth moved in a direction that might, with extreme generosity, be described as upward. It was gone before it fully formed. Listen, Harry said. He turned around. Looked up at Snape, way up, because Snape was very tall and Harry was very short. I know you hated my father. I know you loved my mother. I know you carry the dark mark and I know why, and I know you turned spy and I know why, and I know that looking at me is like looking at a wound that won't heal. I know all of that because I know things I shouldn't, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my existence is painful for you. Snape said nothing. His face was stone. But I'm here now, Harry continued. And I'm going to be here for a long time. And I'd rather have you as someone who checks on me because he chose to than because Dumbledore made him. So. He stuck out his hand. Small. Thin. Bruised knuckles from years of Dursley-adjacent living. I'm Harry Potter. It's nice to meet you, Professor Snape. Snape looked at the hand. Looked at Harry's face. Looked at those green eyes, Lily's eyes, always Lily's eyes, and how was he supposed to bear it? How was he supposed to stand in this room and look at this child who was James Potter's face and Lily Evans's eyes and something entirely, terrifyingly new? He took the hand. His grip was firm. Brief. Professional. Don't burn the place down, Potter, he said. Then he turned and swept out of the room, his black robes billowing behind him, and the door closed with a click. Harry stood alone in his room. He stood there for a long time. The sounds of the pub filtered up through the floorboards, clinking glasses, murmured conversation, the crackle of a fire in the common room below. Through the window, he could see the brick wall that led to Diagon Alley, dark now, the shops closed for the night. He was 6 years old. He had 50 of the most dangerous books ever written stored in his brain. He was standing in a pub in magical London, and he'd just stared down Albus Dumbledore and shaken hands with a former Death Eater, and he was alive, and no one was going to hit him tonight. The plastic bag on the bed looked very small. 2 oversized shirts. A pair of jeans with a rope for a belt. A stolen book. A blanket. Harry sat down on the bed. The mattress dipped under his negligible weight. The sheets were clean. The pillow was soft. He picked up the pillow. Held it. Pressed his face into it. He cried. He cried the way 6-year-olds cry, with his whole body, shaking and hiccuping, snot and tears soaking the clean white pillowcase. He cried because the bed was soft. He cried because no one was going to bang on the cupboard door and tell him to shut up. He cried because his back didn't hurt for the first time in months. He cried because his mother was dead and his father was dead and he'd never known either of them, and now he had 50 books of darkness in his head and he was alone in a room in a pub in a world he'd only just learned existed. He cried for about 20 minutes. Then he stopped. Wiped his face on Dudley's old shirt. Put the pillow back. Pulled the blanket around himself. Lay down. Somewhere below, Tom the innkeeper was telling a regular in hushed, excited tones that Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, was sleeping upstairs, right now, in room 7, and the regular was choking on his mead. Harry didn't know this. Harry was already asleep. He slept for 14 hours straight, deep and dreamless, the longest and most peaceful sleep of his entire life. When he woke, sun was streaming through the window in thick golden bars, and for a disorienting moment he didn't know where he was. The absence of the cupboard, the low ceiling, the cobwebs, the shelf of cleaning supplies, was so jarring that he almost panicked. Then the knowledge settled. The library in his mind organized itself. He remembered. He got up. Washed his face in the basin. Put on the less stained of Dudley's old shirts. Looked at himself in the small mirror above the basin. A thin, pale face looked back. Black hair going in every direction. Round glasses, cracked across one lens. Green eyes that looked older, somehow. Not physically. But something behind them had changed. A depth that hadn't been there 48 hours ago. The scar on his forehead was faded. Noticeably faded, lighter than it had been, as if the rupture had drained something from it. It was still visible, a thin lightning bolt of white scar tissue, but it looked old now. Settled. Like a wound that had finally, truly healed. Harry went downstairs. The common room of the Leaky Cauldron was half full with the breakfast crowd, and every single person in it turned to stare at him. Tom, behind the bar, nearly dropped a teapot. A witch in a pointed green hat actually stood up from her chair. A grizzled old wizard at the end of the bar put down his newspaper and blinked several times, as if checking whether he was hallucinating. Harry walked to the bar. He had to stand on his toes to see over it. "Good morning, Tom. Could I have some breakfast, please? Whatever's easy. And some tea." Tom stared at him with an expression of naked awe. Of course, Mr. Potter. Anything you like. On the house. Whatever you, not on the house. I'll pay. Dumbledore is setting up an account for my vault, I think. Until that's ready, I can, already done, Mr. Potter. Tom was falling over himself to be helpful, hands fluttering, smile so wide it looked painful. Professor Dumbledore came by early this morning. Left instructions. You're to have whatever you need. Room, meals, anything from the alley. He came by this morning. Harry frowned. What time is it? Just past noon, sir. You've been asleep quite a long while. 14 hours. Harry filed this away. The magical discharge, the knowledge absorption, the healing, his body had needed to recover. It made sense. Thank you, Tom. He paused. Then, because he was 6 and because there was one thing the knowledge couldn't give him, and that was the experience of being treated like a person, nobody's ever called me sir before. Tom's face did something wobbly and emotional. He retreated to the kitchen and came back 3 minutes later with a plate so overloaded with food that Harry could have fed the entire Dursley family. Eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, grilled tomatoes, mushrooms, a bowl of porridge, a pot of tea, and a glass of orange juice. Harry ate all of it. Not because he was performing. Because he was 6 and he was starving, and it was the most food he'd ever been offered at one sitting in his life. He ate until his stomach hurt, and then he drank the tea, and then he sat very still for a few minutes while his body tried to process the sudden influx of calories. The pub had gone back to its own business, mostly, though he caught people sneaking glances at him. The lightning scar. The boy who lived. They were looking at a myth, the child who had survived the killing curse, the baby who had defeated the Dark Lord. If they knew what was actually inside his head, they'd be running for the doors. After breakfast, Harry went to the back of the pub. The brick wall. He knew what it was, the entrance to Diagon Alley. 3 up, 2 across from the trash bin, and the bricks would rearrange themselves into an archway. You needed a wand to tap them, normally. Harry didn't have a wand. He pressed his palm flat against the correct brick and pushed a thread of magic through his hand. The wall shivered. The bricks began to fold and rearrange, spiraling outward like a blooming flower, and the archway opened, and Diagon Alley stretched out before him in the midday sun. It was, well, it was magic. He'd known, intellectually, what to expect. The knowledge in his head contained enough references to Diagon Alley that he could have drawn a rough map from memory. But knowing and seeing were different things. The cobblestone street curved away between crooked, colorful buildings that leaned against each other like drunken friends. Shop windows displayed cauldrons and broomsticks and books and robes and owls and things that defied easy categorization. Witches and wizards strolled past in robes of every color, carrying packages, arguing about Quidditch scores, hurting children. An old witch was selling roasted chestnuts from a cart that floated 3 feet off the ground. A goblin in a business suit was counting coins on a bench outside Gringotts, the enormous white marble bank that dominated the far end of the street. Harry stepped through the archway and into the crowd, and nobody noticed him. He was too small. A skinny kid in Muggle clothes, easily overlooked. And for the first time in his life, Harry was glad to be small and easily overlooked. He didn't want attention right now. He wanted to explore. He spent the afternoon walking. Just walking, up and down the alley, looking in windows, reading signs, feeling the ambient magic thicken and thin as he passed different shops. The magic was stronger here than in the Muggle world, concentrated, layered, rich. It was like the difference between breathing thin mountain air and breathing the thick, humid air of a greenhouse. Everything was more alive. He found his way to Gringotts eventually. The goblin guards at the door looked at him with the particular brand of disdain that goblins reserved for everyone who wasn't a goblin, but they let him in. Inside, the marble halls echoed with the clink of coins and the scratch of quills, and Harry approached the nearest available teller, a goblin with spectacles even thicker than Harry's and a nameplate that read Griphook. "I'd like to access my vault, please," Harry said. Griphook peered down at him. "Name?" "Harry Potter." The quill in Griphook's hand stopped moving. The goblin looked at him, really looked, with those sharp, dark, ancient eyes, and Harry felt the faintest brush of magic against his mind. Not legilimency. Something older. Goblin magic, assessing, weighing, measuring. "Do you have your key?" Griphook asked. "No. Professor Dumbledore has been managing the account. I'll need a new key issued to me directly." "You are 6 years old." "I'm aware. Goblin banking law does not recognize age of majority. Only identity and blood." Griphook's mouth curled into something that was not quite a smile. "If you are who you say you are, a blood verification will suffice. Place your hand on the desk." Harry placed his hand on the marble counter. Griphook produced a small silver blade, ritual, not aggressive, and made a tiny prick on Harry's fingertip. A single drop of blood fell onto the marble and flared gold. Harry James Potter, Griphook read from whatever the magic had told him. Vault 687. Trust Vault, established by James and Lily Potter. Current balance, approximately 31,000 galleons. He looked up. "Will you be needing a new key?" "Please. It will be ready within the hour." In the meantime, Griphook paused. Looked at Harry again. That ancient, weighing look. "In the meantime, Mr. Potter, you should know that Gringotts keeps its own council. We do not report to the Ministry. We do not report to Dumbledore. Your financial affairs are your own." "I appreciate that," Harry said. And he did. He appreciated it more than the goblin probably realized, because the knowledge in his head included extensive information about goblin culture, goblin magic, and goblin wars, and one thing it made very clear was that goblins remembered. They remembered every slight, every broken treaty, every stolen piece of goblin-forged silver. And they respected exactly two things, gold and power. Harry had both. He left Gringotts with a new key on a chain around his neck and a money pouch that felt heavier than anything he'd ever carried. His first stop was Madame Malkin's, where he walked in wearing Dudley's old clothes and walked out wearing 2 sets of well-fitted wizarding robes, 3 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, a warm cloak, and a pair of dragonhide boots that the saleswitch had tried to talk him out of because they were a bit much for a boy his age. He'd looked at her and said, "I've been wearing my cousin's cast-offs for 5 years. I'd like to wear something that fits." She'd rung them up without another word. His second stop was Ollivander's. But he paused outside the dusty shop window, and the knowledge in his head rustled, and he reconsidered. A wand would be useful. The knowledge was unanimous on this point. A wand focused and amplified magical energy, allowed for precision and control that wandless magic struggled to achieve. But Harry could already do wandless magic. The healing last night. The brick wall this morning. It was raw and slightly exhausting, but it worked. And there was something else. Something the knowledge whispered about. Wands could be traced. Wands had cores that connected them to specific magical frequencies. The Ministry's trace, the monitoring charm that detected underage magic, operated partly through wand registration. A wand would put him on the grid. Make him visible. Trackable. Harry went into Ollivander's anyway. Because he was 6, and because despite everything, he still wanted a wand the way any child wants a wand, with pure, uncomplicated desire. The shop was exactly as dusty and exactly as strange as the knowledge had suggested. Narrow, dim, lined floor to ceiling with narrow boxes. The air tasted like sawdust and old magic. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, and Mr. Ollivander materialized from between the shelves like a ghost, his pale eyes luminous in the dimness. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." Harry looked at him. Ollivander's aura was unusual. Not as powerful as Dumbledore's, but deep. Layered. The man had spent his entire life immersed in wand lore, and it showed. His magical signature was saturated with the resonance of 1,000 wand cores, 1,000 different woods, 1,000 different magical creatures. "You sold my mother her wand," Harry said. "Willow. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Good for charms work." Ollivander's pale eyes widened fractionally. "You have a remarkable memory for a boy who was 1 year old at the time. It's a recent acquisition." Ollivander studied him for a long, unblinking moment. Then he nodded, as if confirming something to himself, and began pulling boxes from the shelves. The first wand, Beech, Dragon Heartstring, did nothing. The second, Maple, Unicorn Hair, produced a shower of sparks so violent it scorched the ceiling. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth through 15th all failed in various ways, some spectacular, some anticlimactic. Ollivander's excitement grew with each failure, his eyes brighter, his movements quicker, his muttering more animated. "Tricky customer," he said happily, climbing a ladder to reach the highest shelves. "Very tricky. Let me think," he came back down with a box that was dustier than the others. Older. He held it with a particular kind of reverence. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He opened the box. An unusual combination. "I've long wondered who this wand was meant for." Harry picked it up, and the world sang. There was no other word for it. The magic that poured through the wand was right. It was like putting on glasses for the first time, like the world clicking into focus after years of blur. Warmth flooded his arm, his chest, his whole body, and a stream of red and gold sparks erupted from the tip, filling the shop with dancing light. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes. Yes, I think, yes." He leaned forward. "Curious. Very curious. You're going to tell me that the phoenix whose tail feather is in this wand gave another feather, Harry said. And that the other feather is in Voldemort's wand. Ollivander went very still. Brother wands, Harry continued. Connected through the core creature. They can't be forced to fight each other properly, they'll produce priori incantatem instead. It's a known phenomenon, documented in, he stopped himself. He'd been about to cite one of the 50 books. Blackwood's treatise on sympathetic wand theory. He stopped again. Which is a banned text. Sorry. Ollivander stared at him for a very long time. Then he said, very quietly, I think, Mr. Potter, that you are going to do very interesting things. Probably, Harry agreed. He paid for the wand, 7 galleons, and left the shop. The wand sat in his hand like it had always been there, like his fingers had been shaped to hold it. He slipped it into the inner pocket of his new cloak and kept walking. The sun was getting low. The alley was thinning out, shoppers heading home, shopkeepers beginning to close up. Harry drifted south, past the bright shops and cheerful storefronts, past Flourish and Blott's and Elop's Owl Emporium, until the cobblestones grew darker and the buildings grew more crooked and the sign overhead read Knockturn Alley. He didn't go in. Not today. But he stood at the entrance and looked down the narrow, twisting lane, and the knowledge in his head catalogued every shop, every known resident, every dark artifact that had ever been sold from these shadows. The ambient magic here was different, darker, thicker, tinged with something metallic and old. Not evil. People liked to call it evil, but the knowledge was very clear on this point, magic didn't have a morality. Magic was a force, like gravity, like fire. It could be used to heal or to harm, to create or to destroy. The 50 books in Harry's head were called forbidden, because the wizarding world was afraid of them, and fear was easier than understanding. Harry looked at Knockturn Alley and felt no fear at all. Someday, he said quietly. Then he turned and walked back to the Leaky Cauldron. Tom had dinner ready for him. More food than one child could eat, but Harry gave it his best effort. Then he went upstairs, and he sat on his bed, and he pulled out his new wand, and he began to practice. Not dark magic. Not yet. The basics. Lumos. Nox. Wingardium Leviosa. Simple spells, first-year curriculum, the kind of thing most children wouldn't learn for another 5 years. He cast them wandlessly first, then with the wand, feeling the difference, mapping the efficiency gap. Wandless was like shouting across a field. It worked, but it was effortful and imprecise. The wand was like a telephone, clear, direct, amplified. The holly and phoenix feather channeled his magic beautifully, shaping it into clean, precise streams that did exactly what he intended. He practiced for 2 hours. By the end, he could cast 30 different spells with the kind of casual precision that most adult wizards would envy. The knowledge in his head provided perfect theoretical understanding, the wand provided the practical channel, and his magic, his raw, dense, burning core of magic, provided the power. He was 6 years old, and he was already one of the most capable wizards in Britain. He didn't feel powerful. He felt tired, and full, and slightly overwhelmed, and weirdly happy. He had a bed. He had a room. He had food and clothes and a wand and money. He had a life that was entirely his own for the first time ever. Harry Potter put his wand on the nightstand, pulled the blankets up to his chin, and went to sleep. Outside, an owl winged its way north through the darkness, carrying a message from Albus Dumbledore to Minerva McGonagall. The message was uncharacteristically brief. It read, Minerva, something has happened with the Potter boy. I cannot adequately explain it in writing. Please come to my office at your earliest convenience. Bring a strong cup of tea. I fear we have been wrong about a great many things. Albus the owl vanished into the night. The pub settled into silence. In room 7, a thin boy with a lightning scar slept peacefully in a warm bed, and in his dreaming mind, 50 books waited patiently on 50 shelves, their spines dark, their pages full, their knowledge absolute and terrible, and his. The boy who lived had become something else entirely. And the wizarding world had no idea. Chapter 2, the years between Harry Potter turned 7 on a Tuesday, and no one tried to hit him. This was remarkable enough that he lay in bed for a full minute after waking, staring at the ceiling of room 7, cataloguing the absence of dread. No heavy footsteps on the stairs. No meaty fist pounding on a cupboard door. No barked orders about breakfast and lawn mowing and gratitude. Just the creak of the old pub settling around him, the muffled clatter of Tom preparing the morning's first pot of tea downstairs, and the distant, muted bustle of Diagon Alley coming to life beyond the brick wall. He got up. Washed his face. Put on clothes that fit. These were small things, and they hadn't stopped mattering. 8 months at the Leaky Cauldron had established a routine. Mornings were for practice, spell work in his room, silenced with a charm he'd perfected before his teeth had finished coming in. Afternoons were for the alley. He explored methodically, systematically, the way the knowledge in his head suggested, start with the known, catalog the unknown, build a mental map that included not just shops and streets but people, patterns, magical currents. Evenings were for reading, real reading, physical books bought from Flourish and Blots, because the 50 texts in his head were comprehensive about the dark arts but had enormous gaps in everything else. He knew 17 ways to sever a soul from a body but couldn't name the minister for magic. He could identify the molecular composition of a Dementor's cloak but had no idea how Quidditch scoring worked. The knowledge was deep but narrow, and Harry was filling in the gaps. He'd read 40 books in 8 months. History. Magical theory. Herbology. Potions. Astronomy. Transfiguration. Charms. Arithmancy. Ancient runes. He devoured them the way he devoured that first breakfast, urgently, greedily, making up for years of starvation. On the morning of his 7th birthday, Tom brought him a cake. It was lopsided and the icing was the wrong shade of green and it said Happy Birthday Harry in wobbly letters, and it was the first birthday cake Harry had ever received. It's not much, Tom said, embarrassed, wiping his hands on his apron. I'm not much of a baker, truth be told. Harry looked at the cake for a long time. Then he looked up at Tom's anxious, toothless face. It's the best cake I've ever seen, he said. He meant it. Tom seemed to understand that he meant it, because the old innkeeper's eyes went bright and wet, and he mumbled something about getting back to the bar and shuffled away, and Harry sat in his room and ate cake for breakfast and didn't cry. He almost cried. But he was getting better at that. Snape came in the afternoon. This was part of the routine too, though Snape would have hexed anyone who called it routine. Once a month, sometimes more, never less, the dark-robed professor would materialize at the Leaky Cauldron with the air of a man being forced to attend his own funeral. He'd sit across from Harry in the small back booth that had become their unofficial meeting place, order a black coffee he'd barely touch, and talk. That first visit, a week after the night on Privet Drive, had been excruciating. Snape had sat in rigid silence for 10 minutes, his face a mask, his aura churning like a storm behind glass. Harry had waited. He was good at waiting, the cupboard had taught him that. Finally, Snape had said, Dumbledore insists I report on your welfare. I am reporting on your welfare. Are you well? I'm fine. Thank you for asking. I didn't ask. I reported. Okay. More silence. Then Snape had said, his voice stripped down to something almost human, Can you really see the dark mark through my sleeve? I can see its magical signature. The visual component isn't literal, I don't see a picture of a skull through your coat. But the magic is distinctive. Voldemort's work has a particular resonance. Like a fingerprint, but more aggressive. Snape had stared at him. You're 6. I get that a lot. Something had shifted between them in that moment. Not friendship, Harry didn't think Snape was capable of friendship, or at least not the kind that didn't come wrapped in barbed wire and soaked in regret. But a recognition. An acknowledgement that this was going to be an ongoing situation and that fighting it was pointless. The visits continued. Sometimes they discussed magic. Snape was a brilliant theorist, and Harry quickly discovered that the man's knowledge of potions in particular went far deeper than anything in the 50 texts. The books focused on dark arts. Snape's expertise was broader, more practical, more creative. They argued about theory like colleagues at a university, which would have been bizarre even if one of them hadn't been a first grader. Sometimes they just sat. Drank their respective beverages, coffee for Snape, tea for Harry, and didn't talk. These were the visits Harry liked best, because they felt the most honest. On Harry's 7th birthday, Snape arrived with a package. He set it on the table between them with the stiff, uncomfortable air of a man defusing a bomb. "What's this?" Harry asked. "Obviously, it's a package." "I can see that. Why are you giving me a package?" Snape's jaw tightened. "Because it's your birthday, Potter, and I was informed that you have never received a gift." I was further informed, by a meddlesome old man with an unconscionable twinkle, that this was an oversight worth correcting. The air quotes were audible. "I disagree on principle, but arguing with Dumbledore is like arguing with weather." "Open the damn thing." Harry opened the damn thing. Inside was a potions kit, not a student set, not a beginner's collection, but a genuine, professional-grade traveling potions kit with silver instruments and crystal vials and a set of scales so finely balanced they could weigh a single strand of hair. "This is expensive," Harry said. "It's adequate." "This is really expensive, Professor." "These scales alone are you going to critique the gift or use it?" Harry closed the kit. Ran his fingers over the leather case. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Thank the meddlesome old man." Snape picked up his coffee, realized it was cold, and scowled at it. "You'll need proper instruction if you're going to attempt potions. The theory in your library may be extensive, but potions is a practical art. Theory without technique produces explosions. Are you offering to teach me?" "I am offering," Snape said, with the air of a man walking into his own trap and hating every step, "to ensure that you do not blow yourself up." The distinction is important. Their first potions lesson happened the following week, in the small back room of the leaky cauldron that Tom had cleared out for Harry's use. It started badly. Harry's theoretical knowledge was so far ahead of his practical skill that he kept overcorrecting, adjusting temperatures, and stirring patterns based on optimizations from the dark arts texts that assumed a level of manual precision no 7-year-old could achieve. "No," Snape snapped, for the 4th time in 10 minutes. "You're stirring counterclockwise." "I said clockwise." Marston's revision on thermal potion work suggests that counterclockwise stirring produces a more stable. Marston was a theoretical hack who never brewed a successful potion in his life. His revisions are why his lab exploded in 1743. "Clockwise, Potter." Harry switched to clockwise. The potion stabilized. "Ha," he said. Snape looked almost smug. "Theory is not practice. Practice is not theory. When you can tell the difference, you might be worth teaching." He was worth teaching. It took about 3 lessons for Snape to stop pretending otherwise. The man's criticisms became more specific, more detailed, more demanding, not the dismissive barbs of someone who didn't care, but the exacting standards of someone who did. By the end of the first month, Harry could brew a Wiggenweld potion with his eyes closed. By the end of the second, he was attempting draught of living death and nearly succeeding. "Your technique is improving," Snape said, on the 3rd month, which Harry had learned was Snape's version of a standing ovation. "Thanks. Your teaching is improving too." The look Snape gave him could have curdled milk. The first time Harry walked into Knockturn Alley, he was 7.5, and it was raining. He'd been circling it for months. Standing at the entrance, looking down the crooked lane, feeling the shift in magical ambience, the way the air went heavier and darker, the way the light seemed to dim even on bright days. The knowledge in his head had catalogued every shop and every known dealer, but knowledge wasn't experience, and Harry wanted to understand this place the way he understood Diagon Alley, through his feet, through his eyes, through the feeling of it. He waited for a rainy day because rain thinned the crowds, and thin crowds meant less attention. The cobblestones were darker here. Literally darker, the stone was a different type, older, quarried from somewhere deep and possibly not entirely mundane. The shops leaned closer together, their upper stories almost touching across the narrow street, creating a canopy of crooked timber and grimy glass. Signs hung at odd angles, Borgin and Burke's, purveyors of fine antiquities. The Coffin House, rare specimens. Moribunds, dark artifacts, legally obtained, certificates available upon request. Harry walked slowly. He kept his hands in his cloak pockets, his hood up, his face angled down. He looked like what he was, a small child who had no business being here. A few of the people he passed looked at him with curiosity, but nobody stopped him. Knockturn Alley had a code, mind your own business, and others will mind theirs. He stopped outside Borgin and Burke's. The window display included a withered hand on a velvet cushion, a necklace of opals that pulsed with malicious intent, and a large black cabinet that the knowledge in his head immediately identified as a vanishing cabinet, one half of a paired set, potentially connected to a twin somewhere in Britain. He filed this information away automatically. The door opened, and a boy walked out. Not a boy. A child. About Harry's age, maybe a year older, pale and pointed and dressed in robes that probably cost more than everything Harry owned combined. White blonde hair slicked back with the kind of ruthless precision that suggested either an obsessive mother or an obsessive father. Gray eyes that swept the street with practiced disdain. Behind the boy, a man. The adult version of the same face, sharper, harder, colder. Long blonde hair. Silver-handled cane. An aura so thick with dark magic that it practically left a trail. Harry didn't need the knowledge to identify him. The magical signature of the dark mark was unmistakable, blazing under the man's left sleeve like a brand. Lucius Malfoy and his son. Draco, presumably, Harry had heard the name mentioned by Tom, who gossiped about every wizarding family with equal enthusiasm. Lucius noticed Harry. His gaze flicked down, small, unremarkable child, muggle-quality cloak, no visible guardian, and dismissed him in the same motion. Then his gaze flicked back. To the scar. Harry hadn't bothered hiding it. The knowledge had opinions about concealment, many of the 50 texts discussed the strategic value of anonymity, but Harry had decided early on that hiding was what the Dursleys had wanted him to do. Hide in the cupboard. Hide his magic. Hide himself. He was done hiding. Well, Lucius Malfoy said. His voice was silk over steel, cultured and precise and carrying the weight of generations of wealth and blood purity. Harry Potter. In Knockturn Alley, of all places. Hello, Harry said. Where is your guardian? Don't have one. Lucius's eyebrow rose. It was a practiced gesture, elegant and dismissive. A 7-year-old, wandering Knockturn Alley alone. Dumbledore must be slipping. Dumbledore's not my keeper. No. The other eyebrow joined the first. How interesting. Lucius's cane tapped the cobblestones once, a casual gesture that was also a calculated display of authority. My name is Lucius Malfoy. This is my son, Draco. You've heard of our family, I trust. I know who you are, Mr. Malfoy. Draco was staring at Harry with the wide-eyed intensity of a child encountering a celebrity. His carefully maintained look of aristocratic boredom had cracked, and underneath it was plain, ordinary, 7-year-old excitement. You're Harry Potter, Draco said. You defeated the Dark Lord. Father says, Draco. Lucius's voice didn't change in volume, but it changed in temperature. Draco shut up. Lucius studied Harry the way a buyer studies a horse. Evaluating. Assessing. Calculating price and potential utility. Harry could see the gears turning behind those cold gray eyes, the political calculations, the social leverage, the potential value of being seen as a patron or mentor to the boy who lived. "You look cold," Lucius said. "Perhaps you'd join us for a cup of tea. The establishment at the end of the lane serves a passable Darjeeling." It was an invitation wrapped in a recruitment pitch wrapped in a power play, and Harry recognized every layer of it because the knowledge in his head included detailed information about pureblood manipulation tactics, and because he wasn't stupid, and because Lucius Malfoy was about as subtle as a peacock at a funeral. "Sure," Harry said. "I'd love some tea." The establishment at the end of the lane was a narrow, dim tea shop called the Black Orchid, and it was exactly as ominous as it sounded. The walls were dark wood. The lighting was provided by candles that burned with a faintly green flame. The clientele were the kind of people who chose their tea shop based on how unlikely it was that an Auror would walk in. They sat in a private booth. Lucius ordered Darjeeling. Draco ordered hot chocolate and received a look from his father that could have frozen a fire crab. Harry ordered chamomile and ignored both of them while he studied the room. 3 dark marks in the building. Lucius's was the strongest, recently active, well-maintained, the soul-binding magic still vibrant. The other 2 were at a table near the back, belonging to a pair of wizards Harry didn't recognize, their marks older, more faded, the kind that suggested they'd taken the mark young and regretted it old. "So," Lucius said, once the tea arrived. "The boy who lived. Living alone, from what I hear. A curious arrangement. It suits me. I'm sure it does. You're clearly a remarkable child." Lucius sipped his tea with the precise, practiced elegance of someone who had turned drinking tea into a weapon. "But a child nonetheless. And the wizarding world can be complicated. Especially for those without guidance. Is that what you're offering? Guidance?" "I'm offering friendship, Mr. Potter. Friendship and support. The Malfoy family has considerable resources. Influence. Connections. A child alone in the world, even a famous one, might find such things useful." Harry looked at him. Then he looked at Draco, who was drinking his hot chocolate with intense focus, clearly under orders to stay quiet and clearly bursting to talk. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said, "I appreciate the offer. But I should be honest with you about something. Please. I can see the dark mark on your arm." The temperature at the table dropped. Lucius's hand tightened on his teacup, a minuscule movement, invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically watching for it. His face didn't change. His aura did. "I'm not sure what you, left forearm. Soul-binding anchor point. The magic is active, not dominant, the connection to Voldemort is dormant since his body was destroyed, but the mark itself is still viable. It'll burn again if he ever comes back." Harry took a sip of chamomile. "I don't say this to threaten you. I say it because I'd rather be honest than polite." Lucius Malfoy sat very, very still. Draco was looking back and forth between them, confusion and alarm fighting for control of his pointed face. He didn't understand what was happening, but he understood that something had shifted, something had gone wrong with whatever script his father had planned for this conversation. "You know things," Lucius said carefully, "that a 7-year-old should not know. I know things that nobody should know. It's a side effect of my specific situation." Harry set his teacup down. "Here's what I'll say, Mr. Malfoy. Your offer of friendship comes with strings. I don't do strings. If you want to know me, you can know me, but you'll know me, not the symbol, not the political asset, not the boy who lived. Just Harry. And just Harry isn't interested in being anyone's recruitment project." "I wasn't, you were." Harry said it without malice. Almost gently. "You walked out of Borgin and Burke's, a shop that sells cursed artifacts and dark relics, and you saw a famous, orphan child alone in the rain, and your first thought was leverage. That's not evil. That's just who you are. But I'm not Leverage, and I won't pretend otherwise. A long silence. The green-flamed candles flickered. At the back of the shop, one of the faded Mark wizards laughed at something his companion said. Then Lucius Malfoy did something unexpected. He laughed. Not a warm laugh. Not a friendly laugh. But a genuine one, surprised, involuntary, pulled out of him against his will. He shook his head and set down his teacup and looked at Harry with an expression that was, for the first time, stripped of calculation. Remarkable, he said. Truly remarkable. 7 years old. I get that a lot too. Father, Draco said, abandoning his silence with the explosive relief of a child who has been holding his breath. Can I talk now? You may. Are you really Harry Potter? Really? Did you really defeat you-know-who? I was 1 year old. I didn't defeat anything. My mother's sacrifice created a protection that reflected the killing curse. I was a passive beneficiary, not a hero. Draco stared at him. Then he said, with the devastating sincerity of a 7-year-old, "You talk really weird." Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. It was the most honest thing anyone had said to him in months. Yeah, he said. I know. They parted outside the tea shop. Lucius's farewell was cooler than his greeting. He hadn't gotten what he came for, and he knew it, and he was too smart to pretend otherwise. But there was a grudging respect in his nod as he turned to go. Draco lingered. He stuck out his hand in a gesture that was obviously rehearsed, probably drilled into him by his mother. It was nice to meet you, Potter. It was nice to meet you too, Malfoy. Will you be at Hogwarts? When we're 11? Probably. Good. Maybe we can be friends. I mean, proper friends. Not, he glanced at his father's retreating back, not the kind of friends father means. Harry shook the offered hand. Draco's grip was firm and a little sweaty, and his face was open in a way that his father's never was. A child. Just a child, not yet hardened by ideology, not yet calcified into the person his parents were trying to shape. There was still room in there. Still flexibility. Maybe, Harry said. Draco grinned, wide and unself-conscious, and then his father called his name from down the street and the grin vanished behind the mask, and he turned and walked away with his back straight and his chin up, a miniature Malfoy, a child playing dress-up in his father's armor. Harry watched him go and felt something unexpected, pity. Not for Draco. Draco had 2 parents and a fortune and a home. But for the boy Draco might become, if nobody cracked that armor open before it became real. The first time Harry met a Dementor, he was 9. He'd felt it before he saw it. The temperature dropped, not gradually, but all at once, like stepping from a warm room into a freezer. The ambient magic in the air went still, went dead, as if something had eaten it. And there was a feeling, deep in his chest, that he recognized from the knowledge but had never experienced directly, a draining. A pulling. As if something was reaching into him and siphoning off every good memory, every happy thought, every moment of warmth. He was in Muggle London. This was part of his routine now, trips into the Muggle world to maintain his connection to the non-magical side of things. He'd take the underground, visit bookshops, walk through parks, eat fish and chips from street vendors. Normal kid stuff. Or as close to normal as he could get. It was January. Late afternoon. Grey sky, cold wind, the kind of London winter day that made the city look like a photograph with the colour drained out. Harry was walking along the Thames near Lambeth, hands in his pockets, watching the river, when the cold hit. He stopped walking. Looked up. The Dementor was drifting across the river, about 30 feet above the water. It was massive, taller than a man, draped in rotting black robes, its presence awound in the fabric of reality. Where it passed, the water below turned to ice. Frost bloomed across the iron railings of the embankment. A Muggle jogger on the path ahead stumbled, clutched her chest, and veered away with a confused, haunted look. Harry stood very still and watched it come. The knowledge offered him options. The Patronus charm, the standard defense, a projection of positive emotion shaped into a guardian form. Effective, well documented, the approved countermeasure taught at Newt level and above. The 50 texts had information on it, though they approached it from the other direction: how to defeat a Patronus, how to shield a Dementor from one, how to create conditions in which the charm couldn't be cast. But the knowledge also offered other options. Older ones. Darker ones. Things from texts that the Ministry had burned specifically because they described ways of interacting with Dementors that went beyond simple defense. The Dementor drifted closer. It had noticed him, or rather, it had noticed his soul, which from a Dementor's perspective was probably like noticing a bonfire in a dark room. His magical core was dense, bright, vibrant. A meal. A feast. The cold intensified. Memories began to surface, unbidden: Vernon's belt, the cupboard, the sound of the lock clicking shut, the endless dark hours, the hunger, the loneliness. The Dementor was pulling them up, feeding on them, using them as handles to dig deeper into his mind. Harry let it come. Not because he was suicidal. Not because he wanted to feel the pain. But because the knowledge told him something crucial about Dementors that no standard textbook ever would: they were not mindless. They were not animals. They were constructs, magical entities created centuries ago by a wizard whose name had been struck from every record, engineered to feed on human emotion, bound to the will of whoever controlled them. They had a structure. A magical architecture. And like any architecture, it could be understood. And like any architecture, it could be spoken to. The Dementor was 20 feet away now. 15. 10. The cold was absolute. Harry's breath came in clouds of white vapor and his fingers were numb and the good memories were being stripped away layer by layer: Tom's cake, Snape's potions kit, the feel of the wand in his hand, the softness of a real bed, and underneath them, like bedrock, the bad ones. The belt. The cupboard. The dark. Harry reached out. Not with his hand. With his magic. With the part of his mind that the knowledge had trained to perceive magical structures, to see the invisible architecture of enchantments and curses and creatures. He touched the Dementor's mind. It was like touching a void. An absence. A hunger so vast and so old that it had become an identity. The Dementor didn't think in words or images. It thought in need. An endless, howling, insatiable need that had been burning for centuries, that would burn for centuries more, that could never be satisfied because it had been designed to never be satisfied. Harry didn't cast a Patronus. He didn't fight the cold. He didn't push back against the draining. He spoke to the hunger. Not in English. Not in Parseltongue. In something older. Something that the knowledge identified as the lingua fundamenta, the base language of magical intent, the raw grammar of spellwork stripped of all ornamentation. It wasn't a language you spoke with your mouth. It was a language you spoke with your will. I see you, Harry said, in the language that was not a language. I see what you are. I see what you were made to be. I am not your prey. The Dementor stopped. Hovered. Its eyeless face, that dark, gaping hole beneath the hood, turned toward Harry with something that might have been confusion. No one had ever spoken to it like this. In all its centuries of existence, no one had ever addressed the construct rather than the creature. You are hungry, Harry said. You will always be hungry. That is your design. But I am not food. I am the one who sees the design. Go. The Dementor hung in the air for a long, breathless moment. The cold was still there. The pulling was still there. But it was, suspended. Held in check. Like a dog straining at a leash, unable to understand why it couldn't lunge forward. Then it turned. Slowly, ponderous, like a ship changing course. It drifted back across the river, picking up speed, its tattered robes trailing behind it like a funeral procession. Within 30 seconds, it was gone. The temperature rose. The frost on the railings began to melt. The jogger who had stumbled earlier was sitting on a bench 200 meters away, looking confused. Harry stood on the embankment and breathed. His hands were shaking. Not from cold, the warmth was already returning. From adrenaline. From the sheer, exhilarating terror of what he'd just done. The knowledge offered a calm assessment, that was unprecedented. No documented case of direct communication with a Dementor exists in any known text. What you just did was either a breakthrough in magical creature interaction or an extraordinarily foolish gamble. Possibly both. Probably both, Harry said aloud, to no one. He went home. He drank 3 cups of tea. He sat in his room and stared at the wall and tried to process the fact that he'd just stared down one of the most feared creatures in the wizarding world by talking to it. When Snape came for his monthly visit that week, Harry told him about the Dementor. Snape set down his coffee. Picked it up. Set it down again. Looked at Harry with an expression that had gone past shock and arrived at something like existential exhaustion. "You spoke to a Dementor," Snape repeated. "Yes. In the Lingua Fundamenta." "You know about the Lingua Fundamenta?" "I know it's theoretical. I know it's described in exactly 3 texts, all of which are banned, and none of which have been verified by modern scholarship. I know that the prevailing academic opinion is that it doesn't exist." Snape's voice was very controlled. Very flat. The voice of a man selecting each word the way a surgeon selects instruments. "And you used it. On a Dementor. At age 9. It worked. That is not the point." "What's the point?" "The point, Potter, is that you are a 9-year-old child who walked up to a Dementor, a creature that can destroy a human soul with a kiss, and your response was not to flee or defend but to initiate communication. This suggests a level of either confidence or insanity that I find deeply concerning. I knew what I was doing. You knew what the theory said. You had no practical experience. You had no backup. You had no guarantee that the Dementor would respond to communication rather than simply consuming you. You gambled your soul on an unverified theoretical framework." Snape leaned forward. His dark eyes were intense, burning. "You are not invincible, Potter. The knowledge in your head is vast but it is not infallible. Those books were written by dark wizards, many of whom died proving their own theories wrong. If you treat that knowledge as absolute truth rather than a starting point for tested practice, you will end up dead. Or worse." Harry opened his mouth to argue, and then stopped. Because Snape was right. The knowledge was theoretical. It was comprehensive, it was detailed, it was brilliant, but it was written by people who had often valued innovation over safety, who had pushed boundaries because pushing boundaries was the point, who had died in their laboratories and study rooms because they trusted their theories more than their caution. "You're right," Harry said. Snape blinked. In all their months of visits, Harry had never conceded a point that quickly. "Say that again. I want to remember this moment. Don't push it. I'm framing this in my memory. The day Harry Potter admitted he was wrong. I said you were right. I didn't say I was wrong. There's a difference." Snape's mouth did the thing again, that almost imperceptible upward movement that was his version of a belly laugh. "Semantics. Clearly you've been reading too many legal texts. I've been reading your marginalia in the Half-Blood Prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making." The almost smile vanished. "How did you?" "Tom found it in the pub's lost and found box. It was buried under 17 years of forgotten hats and broken wands. Your handwriting is distinctive. That book is private. That book is brilliant. Your modifications to the draft of Living Death alone, counterclockwise stirring after the 7th ingredient, the addition of sapophorus bean juice extracted by crushing rather than cutting, those aren't just improvements, they're fundamental reimaginations of the brewing process. You should have published." Snape stared at him. Something moved behind his eyes, something old, something vulnerable, something that looked like the ghost of a young man who had once loved potions the way Harry loved magic, purely, fiercely, without reservation. "I had other priorities at the time," Snape said quietly. "The war. Among other things." They sat with that for a moment. The pub creaked around them. From the kitchen, the sound of Tom humming tunelessly. "Be more careful," Snape said. "With the Dementors. With all of it. You are not a textbook, Potter. You are a child, and children break. I'll be more careful." "Good." Snape stood. Straightened his robes. Put his mask back on, layer by layer, the cold professor, the bitter man, the spy who trusted no one. But underneath it, visible only because Harry could see what others couldn't, a thin, fragile thread of something that was very close to affection. "Same time next month?" Harry asked. "Unfortunately," Snape said, and left. Harry turned 10 on a Tuesday, and it started with an owl. Not a special owl. Not a Hogwarts owl or a ministry owl or a distinctive pure white snowy owl. Just a regular brown barn owl, slightly bedraggled, carrying a letter that it dropped on Harry's breakfast plate with the precision of a bird that had done this many times and was thoroughly bored by it. The letter was from Dumbledore. This, too, was part of the routine, monthly letters, brief and carefully worded, always in that distinctive violet ink, always ending with some variation of "I trust you are well." They were check-ins. Temperature readings. Dumbledore keeping his finger on the pulse of the most unusual child in Wizarding Britain. This one was different. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits. I write with a matter that I believe requires discussion in person rather than on parchment. It concerns your approaching eligibility for Hogwarts, and certain arrangements that I feel we should discuss before your letter arrives next summer. I would be grateful if you would join me for tea at the school this Saturday. Severus has agreed to escort you. With warm regards, Albus Dumbledore P.S. I am quite fond of lemon sherbets, should you feel inclined to bring a gift. I mention this only as a point of information." Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it, put it in his pocket, and went back to his eggs. Saturday came. Snape arrived at the Leaky Cauldron at 10 in the morning, dressed in his usual black, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Harry was ready, dressed well, wand in his pocket, a bag of lemon sherbets from Honeydukes tucked under his arm. "You actually brought the sweets," Snape said flatly. He asked nicely. "He manipulated you with a postscript." "I know. But I like lemon sherbets too, so it works out. They apparat to Hogsmeade." The sensation was still unpleasant. Harry had done it a dozen times now and it never got better, but it was brief, and then they were standing on a muddy lane outside a village that looked like it had been designed by someone who'd read a lot of fairy tales and taken them very seriously. Thatched roofs, cobblestone streets, shop signs that swung in a persistent Scottish wind. And beyond the village, on a hill, Hogwarts. Harry stopped walking. He'd known, intellectually, what the castle looked like. The knowledge had references, descriptions, architectural analyses. But seeing it, the towers, the battlements, the impossible geometry of a building that had been expanded by magic over 1,000 years, the way it sat on the hillside like a living thing, like a dragon that had decided to settle and grow roots, "It's something, isn't it?" Snape said. Harry realized his mouth was hanging open. He closed it. The words are, "My God." He could feel them. Layer upon layer upon layer, 1,000 years of accumulated protective magic, woven together into a tapestry so dense and so complex that it made Dumbledore's blood wards on Privet Drive look like a child's finger painting. The Founder's original protections were still there, buried deep, ancient and powerful and alive. On top of them, centuries of additions, each headmaster, each professor, each generation adding their own threads to the web. The whole thing pulsed with a kind of sentience, not intelligent exactly, but aware. The castle knew they were coming. The castle was watching. Come along, Potter. Dumbledore doesn't like to be kept waiting. Well, he does, actually. He considers it a power play. But I don't like to be kept waiting. They walked up the long path to the castle gates. The gates opened without being touched, the wards recognizing Snape, accepting Harry as a guest under his escort. The entrance hall was vast and cold and smelled of stone and centuries. Suits of armor lined the walls. Torches burned in brackets, their flames tinged with magic. Students were everywhere. It was term time, and the halls were full of children, robed, scarfed, carrying books and bags and the general air of people who had homework they hadn't done. They stared at Snape, with fear, mostly, the reflexive flinch of students who'd learned to associate black robes and a hooked nose with lost house points. A few of them noticed Harry, and whispers trailed in their wake like smoke. "Is that, the Scar, Harry Potter?" "He's so small," Harry ignored them. He was too busy looking at everything. The moving staircases, the portraits that talked and argued and followed you with their painted eyes, the ghosts that drifted through walls like the walls were suggestions. The magic of the place was overwhelming, not oppressive, but rich. Dense. Like breathing concentrated oxygen. Every stone in the building was saturated with a millennium of magical use, and it hummed with a frequency that Harry could feel in his bones. Dumbledore's office was behind a gargoyle statue on the second floor. Snape said, "Fizzing Wizby, the password," with the tone of a man who had suffered greatly and often, and the gargoyle stepped aside to reveal a moving spiral staircase. "I'll wait here," Snape said. "You're not coming up. I have been in that office more times than I care to count. The man has a phoenix and approximately 900 silver instruments that do nothing useful, and he will offer you tea in a cup that is slightly too small for your hand. Enjoy." Harry rode the staircase up alone. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Snape had described, and also nothing like what Harry had expected. The silver instruments were there, dozens of them, whirring and clicking and puffing smoke, doing things that seemed very important and very mysterious. The phoenix, Fawkes, according to the knowledge, sat on a golden perch by the window, watching Harry with eyes that burned like coals. The portraits of previous headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to be asleep. And Dumbledore sat behind his desk, in a chair that was not quite a throne, wearing robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver moons, looking exactly the way he had looked on a sidewalk in Surrey 3.5 years ago. The same twinkling eyes. The same warm, careful, calculated grandfatherliness. "Harry," he said. "How lovely. Is that, lemon sherbets?" Harry set the bag on the desk. "Happy to oblige." "Delightful. Please, sit down." "Tea." "Please." The tea appeared, summoned silently, a level of casual magic that spoke to either decades of practice or showing off. The cup was, as Snape had predicted, slightly too small for comfortable holding. Harry suspected this was deliberate. Everything in this room was deliberate. "You look well," Dumbledore said. "Taller." "I'm 10. So you are. And what a 10-year-old you've become." Dumbledore sipped his tea. "I hear you've been busy. The shopkeepers in Diagon Alley speak very highly of you. Flourish and Blots tells me you've purchased more books than most Hogwarts students read in 7 years. Ollivander sends regards. And I believe you've developed something of a reputation in Knockturn Alley. I visit occasionally. The people there know things that people in Diagon don't." "Yes. They do." Dumbledore set down his tea. The twinkle dimmed, replaced by something more serious. "Harry, I asked you here because your Hogwarts letter will arrive next July. You'll be 11. And I want to discuss, openly, honestly, as you've always insisted we speak, what that means." "All right. You are, by any measure, the most advanced young wizard I have encountered in over a century of teaching. Your practical skills exceed those of most 7th years. Your theoretical knowledge exceeds mine in several specific domains. You have been living independently for nearly 4 years, managing your own finances, navigating both the light and dark sides of the wizarding world with a competence that most adults would envy. Dumbledore paused. So the question becomes, why would you come to Hogwarts at all? Harry hadn't expected that. He'd expected a pitch, the value of formal education, the importance of socialization, the need for structure. He'd expected Dumbledore to try to convince him. Not to ask the question that Harry had been asking himself for months. I've been thinking about that, Harry said. I imagine you have. The answer is complicated. Most honest answers are. Harry looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix looked back, its gaze ancient and warm and completely without judgment. Phoenixes were fascinating, the knowledge had a great deal to say about them, most of it contradictory, all of it humbling. They were the closest thing the magical world had to pure good, and they chose their companions not based on power or knowledge but on something far more elusive. I'm lonely, Harry said. Dumbledore said nothing. He waited. I have Tom. I have Snape, Professor Snape, who visits and teaches me and pretends he doesn't care. I have the shopkeepers in the alley who know my name and smile when I come in. I have a room and money and food and a wand and more knowledge than I know what to do with. Harry looked down at his tea. And I'm lonely. I'm 10 years old and I don't have a single friend my age. I've never played a game with another kid. I've never been invited to a birthday party. I've never sat in a room full of people my age and felt like I belonged. The portraits on the wall were listening. Even the ones pretending to sleep had cracked their eyes open. I want to come to Hogwarts, Harry said. Not because I need the education. Not because I need the protection. Because I need to be a kid, at least for a while. Because if I don't learn how to be around other people, people my age, people who don't know what I am, then the knowledge in my head is going to be the only thing I have. And I've read enough dark arts texts to know what happens to powerful wizards who isolate themselves. It doesn't end well. Dumbledore's expression had changed while Harry spoke. The twinkle was still there, but it was wet now, and the careful mask of genial authority had thinned to near transparency. Behind it, the man looked, moved. Genuinely, deeply moved. That, Dumbledore said softly, is the wisest thing anyone has said to me in quite some time. I have my moments. Dumbledore smiled. A real smile, warm and sad and full of something that looked like hope. Then you shall come to Hogwarts. As a student. A first year, like any other child. You'll take the train, wear the robes, sit with your classmates, attend classes. And if those classes bore you, as I suspect they will, we will find ways to challenge you. But the classes are not the point. No. The classes are not the point. The people are the point. Yeah. Harry set down his tea. The people are the point. They talked for another hour. Practical matters, course selection, housing arrangements, how to handle the inevitable media circus of Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts. Dumbledore was careful, thoughtful, respectful of Harry's autonomy in a way that he hadn't been on that first night in Surrey. He'd learned. They'd both learned. Near the end, as Harry was standing to leave, he paused. Professor. There's something at this school. Something hidden. Something connected to the protections on the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. And what makes you say that? I can feel the ward structure from here. Whatever you've got behind those protections, it's generating an enormous amount of magical energy. Alchemical energy, specifically. Harry met his eyes. It's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? Flamel's Stone. You've moved it here for safekeeping. A very long pause. You are a remarkable young man, Harry Potter. Is that a yes? It is an acknowledgement. The details are sensitive. I understand. Harry picked up his bag. I won't ask more. But you should know, if I can identify it from the headmaster's office without trying, someone else will figure it out too. Someone with worse intentions than mine. I am aware of the risk. There are measures in place. Good. Harry turned to go, then stopped again. One more thing. Your defense against the dark arts professor next year. Have you hired anyone yet? I have a candidate under consideration. A man named Quirrell. He's been traveling, gathering practical experience, don't. The word hung in the air. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I met Quirrell, Harry said. 2 years ago, in Diagon Alley. Tom introduced us. He was buying garlic at a stall and he stuttered a lot and he seemed nervous and harmless. Harry's voice was flat, precise. His aura was wrong. There's something attached to him. Parasitic. I didn't get close enough to analyze it fully, but the magical signature was, he stopped. Considered. I'll just say it. It felt like Voldemort. The silence that followed was the loudest silence Harry had ever experienced. That, Dumbledore said, very carefully, is a very serious accusation. It's not an accusation. It's an observation. I could be wrong. But if there's even a chance that Voldemort is somehow riding along in your defense professor's body, and you've also got the Philosopher's Stone in the building, I take your point. Dumbledore's eyes had gone flat. The twinkle was entirely gone. What was left was the man who had defeated Grindelwald, the man who Voldemort feared, the man who played chess with the lives of nations. I will look into the matter. Thank you, Professor. Harry left the office, rode the staircase down, found Snape leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and together they walked out of Hogwarts. On the path back to Hogsmeade, Snape said, "You told him about Quirrell. You knew." "I suspected. The man's magical signature has been erratic since he returned from Albania. I informed Dumbledore months ago. And Dumbledore, in his infinite wisdom, decided that the best course of action was to hire Quirrell anyway and observe the situation from within." Snape's voice could have etched glass. "The man treats the school like a laboratory and the students like variables. He's playing chess. He's playing God. There is a difference, though he's never learned it." They walked in silence for a while. The Scottish wind was cold and the sky was grey and the castle loomed behind them, vast and ancient and full of children and secrets. "I told him I wanted to come to Hogwarts," Harry said. "I know. He sent me a note. It consisted of a single exclamation point. I've never been more disturbed. Will you still visit? Once I'm a student. Or will it be weird? It will be catastrophically weird, Potter. I will be your professor. You will be a first year. I will be required to grade your potions work, which will be light years ahead of your classmates, and maintain the fiction that you are an ordinary student." Snape's mouth twisted. "It will be a masterwork of absurdity. But you'll do it?" "I have been doing absurd things on Dumbledore's behalf for a decade. What's one more?" "That's not what I asked." Snape stopped walking. He turned and looked at Harry, really looked, with those dark, complicated, pain-filled eyes. Harry looked back, and he didn't see magic or auras or the architecture of enchantments. He just saw a man. A difficult, brilliant, damaged, occasionally kind man who had been visiting a child in a pub once a month for nearly 4 years and had never once admitted why. "Yes," Snape said. "I'll still visit. Now stop being sentimental. It's nauseating." They apparat back to London. Harry went to his room. He sat on his bed, the same room, the same view of the brick wall that led to the alley, and he thought about Hogwarts. Next year. Next summer, the letter would come. And he'd pack his things, real things, not a plastic bag of stolen clothes, and he'd take a train, and he'd walk into a castle, and he'd sit in a room full of children his age, and he'd try, for the first time in his life, to just be a kid. The knowledge in his head settled into its shelves. 50 books. 50 dark, terrible, brilliant books, full of power and horror and the rawest truths about magic that had ever been committed to paper. They'd be there when he needed them. They'd always be there. But they weren't all of him. They weren't even most of him. They were a library, and he was the librarian, and the library was just a room in a much larger house that he was still building, room by room, year by year, out of potions, lessons and birthday cakes and conversations with a bitter professor who pretended not to care. Harry Potter was 10 years old. Next year, he'd go to Hogwarts. He couldn't wait. The Hogwarts letter arrived on July 24th, the day before his 11th birthday. A tawny owl brought it to his window at the Leaky Cauldron, and Harry held the heavy parchment envelope with both hands and felt its weight, not physical, but symbolic. The emerald ink. The wax seal. The coat of arms with its lion, eagle, badger, and serpent. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully, tucked it into the pocket of his robes, and went downstairs for breakfast. Tom had baked another cake. This one was better than the first, practice had improved his technique, and the icing was the right shade of green, and the letters were almost straight. 11. Tom beamed. Hogwarts age. Oh, Mr. Potter, sir, you'll love it. Everyone loves Hogwarts. Harry smiled. He cut a slice of cake. He sat in his booth and ate it slowly, savoring it, and through the window he could see the brick wall, and beyond it the alley, and beyond that the whole wizarding world, vast and strange and full of people he hadn't met yet. Somewhere in Scotland, a castle waited. Somewhere in its walls, a stone sat hidden behind enchantments. Somewhere in its corridors, a man with a turban was preparing for his first day as a professor, and the thing on the back of his head was whispering, whispering, always whispering. And somewhere on a train platform that didn't officially exist, a compartment on a scarlet steam engine was waiting for a thin boy with a lightning scar and green eyes and 50 terrible books in his head and a heart that was, against all odds and against all reason, still capable of hope. Harry finished his cake. Wiped his mouth. Went upstairs to start packing. September 1st was 5 weeks away. Chapter 3, Platform 9 3/4. The morning of September 1st was grey and cool, the kind of London morning that couldn't decide between mist and drizzle and had settled on both. Harry woke at 5, which was unusual. He normally slept until 7, his body having long since recovered from the years of pre-dawn covered awakenings. But today was different. Today his chest hummed with something he hadn't felt since the first morning he'd woken up in this room, nearly 5 years ago. Nerves. Actual nerves. He'd faced down Dumbledore, dissected the dark mark over coffee with Snape, turned away a Dementor with raw will, and calmly rejected Lucius Malfoy's recruitment pitch, but the prospect of sitting on a train full of 11-year-olds had his stomach doing slow rolls. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and let himself feel it. That was something Snape had accidentally taught him, not through instruction, but through example. Snape felt everything and pretended to feel nothing, and it was eating him alive. Harry had decided early on that he'd rather feel things and look foolish than not feel them and look like Snape. At 6, he got up. Washed. Dressed in Muggle clothes, jeans, a fitted t-shirt, trainers, his good cloak folded in his trunk. He'd go through King's Cross looking unremarkable, change on the train. The trunk itself was modest, school robes, books, potions kit, a few personal items. His wand rode in a forearm holster he'd had made by a leather worker in Knockturn Alley, snug against the inside of his left wrist, accessible with a flick. He checked his reflection in the basin mirror. Thin face, still. Black hair, still untamable. Green eyes. Round glasses, new ones, properly fitted, not the taped-together wreckage he'd worn at 6. The scar, pale and faded, a thin white line that most people wouldn't notice unless they were looking for it. He looked like a kid. That was the point. Downstairs, Tom had prepared a breakfast that could have fed a small army. Eggs, sausages, toast, kippers, grilled tomatoes, black pudding, a pot of tea strong enough to stand a spoon in. Harry ate most of it. Tom watched him with the watery-eyed pride of a man sending his own child off to school. "You'll write?" Tom asked, clearing the plates. "Tell old Tom how you're getting on." "Every week." "You don't have to, I mean, you'll be busy, school and all, every week, Tom." The innkeeper's chin wobbled. He vanished into the kitchen and came back with a packed lunch, sandwiches, fruit, a slab of chocolate cake, thrust it into Harry's hands, said something unintelligible that might have been "good luck" or might have been a sob, and retreated again. Harry picked up his trunk and walked out the front door into Muggle London. King's Cross was a 20-minute cab ride. Harry had considered walking, he knew the route, but the trunk was heavy and he didn't want to arrive sweaty and irritated. The cabbie was a cheerful Sikh man who asked Harry if he was going to boarding school and Harry said yes, which was technically accurate, and they chatted about cricket for the rest of the ride because the cabbie was passionate about it and Harry had learned enough from Muggle newspapers to hold a conversation. King's Cross station at 10 in the morning was a controlled chaos of commuters, tourists, and pigeons. Harry paid the cabbie, hauled his trunk onto a trolley, and navigated through the crowd toward platforms 9 and 10. The barrier between them was exactly where the knowledge said it would be, a solid-looking brick column between the two Muggle platforms. To non-magical eyes, entirely unremarkable. To Harry's eyes, threaded with a concealment charm so old and so deeply embedded in the stonework that it had essentially become part of the architecture. Walk through at a confident pace, don't hesitate, and the brickwork would part like a curtain. He was about to do exactly that when he heard a voice behind him. Loud, carrying, warm, and utterly lacking in subtlety. Packed with Muggles, of course. "Come along now, platform 9 3/4 this way," Harry turned. A family was making its way through the station, a round, red-haired woman leading a procession of children like a mother duck with her ducklings. 4 boys and a girl, all with the same vivid red hair, all with freckled faces, all pushing trolleys loaded with trunks and one battered cage containing a fat, sleeping rat. The Weasleys. Harry recognized the hair before anything else. The knowledge included passing references to the family, and Tom had mentioned them frequently. Old pureblood line, Gallian poor and child rich, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore, widely considered blood traitors by the old guard. Arthur Weasley worked at the Ministry in misuse of Muggle artifacts. Molly Weasley was, by all accounts, a formidable woman who ran her household like a general runs a campaign. The woman, Molly, was speaking far too loudly about Muggles and platforms for a public train station. Harry filed this away as either carelessness or deliberate theater. With Dumbledore's allies, you could never be sure. The oldest boy went through the barrier first, then the next, twins, identically grinning, and then Molly turned to the youngest boy, who was pale and fidgety and looked like he might be sick. "All right, Ron, your turn." Straight at the barrier. "Don't be nervous." "I'm not nervous," Ron said, in the tone of someone who was extremely nervous. "You'll be brilliant, dear. Just like your brothers." Ron did not look reassured by this comparison. He gripped his trolley, aimed it at the brick column with the focus of a man aiming a cannon, and ran. The brickwork swallowed him. Molly turned to the girl, younger, not Hogwarts age, her face already crumpling with the impending injustice of being left behind. "Come on, Ginny. Let's see them off." They went through. Harry waited a moment, then followed. The transition was seamless. One step he was in King's Cross, the next he was standing on a platform that shouldn't exist, beneath an arching glass roof, in front of a scarlet steam engine that gleamed like a jewel. Hogwarts Express was emblazoned on its front in gold lettering. Steam billowed from its stack in great white clouds. The platform was crowded, families saying goodbye, trunks being hauled aboard, owls hooting in cages, cats weaving between legs. The noise was enormous. Harry stood and absorbed it for a moment. Then he pushed his trolley toward the train. He found an empty compartment near the middle of the train. Stowed his trunk, sat down by the window, and watched the platform fill. Families everywhere, mothers fussing, fathers giving last-minute advice, siblings fighting, owls screeching. The ambient magic was cheerful, chaotic, thick with emotion. Excitement and anxiety and homesickness and bravado, all mixing together in a warm, noisy soup. At 5 minutes to 11, his compartment door slid open. Mind if I, everywhere else is full, the red-haired boy from the platform, Ron, stood in the doorway, looking awkward and hopeful and slightly green. His gaze swept the compartment, found Harry, and stopped. He didn't recognize Harry. The scar was partially hidden by hair, and Ron wasn't looking for it. He was just looking for a seat. "Go ahead," Harry said. Ron hauled his trunk inside with the graceless effort of someone who'd never been taught a feather-light charm, dropped onto the opposite bench, and exhaled like he'd been holding his breath since breakfast. "Cheers. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyebrows shot up so fast they nearly left his face. His mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. His eyes tracked to Harry's forehead, found the scar through the hair, and went very wide. "You're, really? Bloody hell. I get that a lot." Ron stared at him for a solid 5 seconds. Then something remarkable happened, he got over it. The awe drained out of his face like water from a bathtub, replaced by a grin so wide and genuine that Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "Wicked," Ron said. "Mum's going to lose her mind when I tell her. She's been going on about you for weeks. Harry Potter's starting this year, Ron, be nice to him, Ron, don't embarrass the family, Ron, like I'm going to walk up to you and set your robes on fire or something." "Are you going to set my robes on fire?" "Hadn't planned on it. But the day's young." Harry laughed. Ron grinned. And just like that, without ceremony or significance, Harry had his first conversation with someone his own age that didn't involve politics, dark magic, or an adult supervising from across the room. The train lurched into motion. Platform 9 3/4 slid away, the waving parents, the crying little sister, the billowing steam, and the Hogwarts Express rolled out into the countryside, picking up speed, the London skyline giving way to fields and hedgerows and the grey-green quilt of the English landscape. Ron talked. Harry quickly discovered that Ron Weasley was one of those people who processed the world through conversation. He thought out loud, reacted in real time, said whatever was on his mind without filtering it through social calculation. It was the opposite of everyone Harry had interacted with for the past 5 years. Dumbledore calculated every sentence. Snape weighed every word. Even Tom the innkeeper was deferential, careful, aware of who Harry was and what it meant. Ron was just talking. About his brothers, Bill in Egypt, Charlie with dragons in Romania, Percy the prefect, Fred and George the twins who were mental, properly mental, you'll see. About his family. About Quidditch. About his fear of being sorted into Slytherin and his certainty that he'd be rubbish at every subject and his deep, abiding love of the Chudley Cannons, which was, Harry gathered, a form of masochism. Harry asked questions. Not strategic questions, not information-gathering questions, just questions. What was it like having brothers? What did his dad do at the ministry? What was Quidditch actually like to play, not just to read about? Ron answered everything with the unguarded honesty of someone who had never had a reason to be guarded. "It's mostly hand-me-downs," Ron said, gesturing at his second-hand robes, his battered trunk, the sleeping rat in its cage. "Everything I've got was someone else's first. Even Scabbers, he was Percy's rat before he was mine. Percy got an owl when he made prefect. I got that." He pointed at the rat. "Not exactly glamorous." Harry looked at the rat. The knowledge in his head offered nothing about rats specifically, but something about the animal's magical signature was odd. A faint, barely perceptible buzz that didn't quite match what an ordinary rat should produce. He filed it away for later examination. I grew up wearing my cousin's old clothes, Harry said. He was about 4 times my size. I looked like a tent on legs. Ron laughed, a full, unself-conscious bark that filled the compartment. Yeah. How big was he? Imagine a beach ball with a crew cut. Blimey. Your cousin sounds awful. He was. His parents were worse. But that's done now. Something in Harry's tone must have signaled end of topic, because Ron pivoted without missing a beat, launching into a description of the time Fred and George turned Percy's bedsheets into spiders. Harry listened and laughed and felt, for the first time in his memory, what it was like to just be with someone. No agenda. No power dynamic. No knowledge gap creating an invisible wall. Just 2 11-year-old boys on a train, talking rubbish, becoming friends. The trolley which came by around noon, a cheerful, round woman with a cart full of wizarding sweets. Harry bought a pile of everything, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and dumped it on the seat between them. Help yourself. Ron goggled at the haul. You don't have to, I've got more money than I know what to do with and no one to spend it on. Eat the chocolate, Ron. Ron ate the chocolate. He ate most of the cauldron cakes too, and a truly impressive number of Bertie Bott's beans, including one that turned out to be liver-flavored and one that was, improbably, soap. They were halfway through a chocolate frog. Ron was explaining the card-collecting aspect while Harry examined the enchantment on the frog itself, which was a clever bit of animation charm work, when the compartment door slid open for the second time. A girl stood in the doorway. Bushy brown hair. Large front teeth. School robes already on, cinched tight, looking like she'd gotten dressed 3 hours early just to be safe. Her face held an expression of confident determination underlaid by anxiety so intense that Harry could see it in her aura, a bright, fizzing, nervous energy that practically sparked off her. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said, through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. The girl looked at Ron. Then at Harry. Then at the mountain of sweets. Then back at Harry. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the look of someone cataloging, assessing, filing information. You're Harry Potter, she said. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Only 3 books. Harry said. I'm hurt. Her mouth twitched. It was trying to decide between offense and amusement won by a hair. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born. I only found out about magic this summer, but I've read all the textbooks cover to cover and several supplementary texts. I'm hoping to be in Gryffindor. It sounds the best. Dumbledore was in it, though Ravenclaw wouldn't be awful either, I suppose. She said all of this very fast, in a single breath, as if she'd been rehearsing it and was afraid she'd lose her nerve if she paused. I'm Ron Weasley, Ron said. I haven't read any of the textbooks. I'm hoping I don't get expelled by Christmas. Hermione looked at him with an expression of polite alarm. Then she turned back to Harry. The books say you defeated you-know-who as a baby. Is that true? More or less. My mother's sacrifice did the heavy lifting. That's not in the books. Most books get it wrong. Which ones get it right? None of them, probably. I wasn't exactly taking notes at the time. I was one. Another mouth twitch. She was deciding whether to like him. He could see it happening in real time, the rapid calculation of a very intelligent mind evaluating a new variable. She was smart. Frighteningly smart, actually. Her magical core was bright and tightly wound, vibrating with potential, and the sheer speed of her mental processing was visible in the way her eyes moved, taking in data, cross-referencing, concluding. Can I sit down? Hermione asked. We'll have to move the chocolate, Ron said, as if this were a genuine logistical concern. She sat. The compartment rearranged itself around her presence, Ron scooting sideways, Harry shifting his legs, the pile of sweets redistributing. For a moment, nobody spoke. The train clattered over a bridge. Fields rolled past. "So," Hermione said. "What do you actually know about the curriculum?" "Bits and pieces," Harry said, which was the understatement of the century. "I'm worried about potions. The textbook is quite dense, and I've read that Professor Snape is very strict. Some of the older students say he's terrifying." "He's not terrifying. He's exacting. There's a difference." Hermione's eyebrows rose. "You sound like you know him." "We've met." "You've met a Hogwarts professor?" "Before school." "It's a long story." "I like long stories." Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching a tennis match played at twice normal speed. "Is this what talking to smart people is like?" "Because it's exhausting." Hermione ignored him. She'd locked onto Harry with the intensity of a heat-seeking missile, and Harry recognized the look because he'd worn it himself, the look of someone who had been the smartest person in every room they'd ever entered and had just walked into a room where that might not be true. "What do you know about defense against the dark arts?" she asked. "The textbook, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. It's interesting, but it feels incomplete. Like it's been edited down. There are references to concepts that are never fully explained, and some of the spell descriptions seem deliberately vague." Harry sat up straighter. "Like what?" "Like the section on counter curses. It describes the shield charm in detail, but when it gets to counter curses for more serious hexes, it just says, advanced techniques exist but are beyond the scope of this text. That's not teaching. That's just saying this exists, but we won't tell you about it. How is that useful?" "It's not useful. It's political. The ministry censors data textbooks to remove anything they consider too close to actual dark arts instruction. The theory is that if students don't learn about dark magic, they won't use it. The result is that students can't defend against things they've never heard of." Hermione's eyes were very wide. That's terrible. That's pedagogically irresponsible. Welcome to the British wizarding education system." "But," she leaned forward, and Harry could practically see the gears turning. "If the textbooks are censored, where are you supposed to learn real defense? If someone actually attacks you with a serious curse, what good is a shield charm? Not much good. Protego blocks minor hexes and some moderate curses. Against anything really nasty, unforgivables, blood curses, soul magic, it's tissue paper. Then what does work? Against dark magic? Knowledge. Understanding the architecture of the curse, how it's constructed, what it targets, how it propagates through the magical medium. If you understand the spell, you can find the seams. Every enchantment has weak points, structural vulnerabilities, places where the magic is thinnest. You don't block a curse. You disassemble it." The compartment had gone very quiet. Ron was staring at Harry with his pumpkin pasty forgotten halfway to his mouth. Hermione was leaning so far forward she was nearly off her seat. "That's not in any of the textbooks," Hermione said. "No. How do you know it?" Harry considered how much to say. Then he considered Hermione's face, the hunger in it, the pure, burning, desperate need to understand, and he recognized it as clearly as if he were looking in a mirror. "I have access to supplementary reading material," he said. "Some of it is classified. Some of it is banned. All of it is more informative than anything in the Hogwarts curriculum." "Banned?" "The wizarding world classifies a lot of knowledge as forbidden. Not because it's wrong, but because it's dangerous. Or because they think it's dangerous. The line between dangerous knowledge and inconvenient knowledge gets blurry when the ministry is drawing it." Hermione sat back. Her expression had shifted, from curiosity to something more complex. Fascination and discomfort and excitement and caution, all layered together. "That sounds like censorship," she said. "It is censorship. But if the knowledge is genuinely dangerous, if it could be used to hurt people, a knife can be used to hurt people. We don't ban knives. We teach people how to use them safely. Harry paused. Though I'll grant you, some of the knowledge I'm talking about is less kitchen knife and more nuclear warhead. The analogy breaks down at scale. He talks like this all the time, Ron informed Hermione. I've been in here for 2 hours. I'm used to it now. Hermione ignored him again. She was thinking, really thinking, her eyes unfocused, her mind chewing on the ideas Harry had thrown at her. Most people, when confronted with information that challenged their worldview, either rejected it or accepted it wholesale. Hermione was doing neither. She was processing. Testing it against what she already knew, looking for contradictions, building a more complete picture. I want to know more, she said. I'll tell you more. When? We've got 7 years. No rush. The compartment door opened a third time. This entrance was less tentative, the door slid wide with the confidence of someone who expected rooms to rearrange themselves around him. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway. He'd grown since Harry had seen him last, taller, thinner, his pointed face losing the last of its childhood roundness. He was flanked by 2 large, dull-looking boys who Harry's knowledge immediately identified as Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, based on their fathers' reputations and the general air of obedient menace they exuded. Is it true? Draco said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. His eyes found Harry and something complicated happened to his expression. Recognition, memory, the ghost of that unself-conscious grin outside the tea shop 3 years ago. But layered over it, new layers, thicker, harder, the Malfoy mask. The aristocratic cool. The practiced disdain that his father wore like a second skin and that Draco was learning to wear like armor. Hello, Draco, Harry said. Ron made a small noise. Hermione looked sharply between them. You two know each other? Ron asked. We met a few years ago, Draco said. He stepped into the compartment, uninvited, and his flankers followed. The space was suddenly very crowded. Knockturn Alley. My father introduced us. Your father, Ron's face was reddening. The Weasley-Malfoy animosity was, Harry knew, generational and deeply entrenched. Ron was already primed to dislike Draco on principle, and the mention of Lucius had just lit the fuse. Your father tried to recruit me, Harry said mildly. It didn't work. Draco's mask flickered. He didn't, he did. You were there. You had hot chocolate. It's fine, Draco. I'm not holding it against you. Harry glanced at Crabbe and Goyle. New friends? The question was innocent. The implication was not. Draco heard both layers, and his jaw tightened. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. It came out rehearsed. Stiff. A line delivered from a script written by someone else. I can help you there. You said that last time too. Almost word for word, actually. Did your father write that for you, or do you both just happen to have the same pitch? Dead silence. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which appeared to be their default state. Ron looked delighted. Hermione looked like she was watching a nature documentary and taking mental notes. Draco's face went pink. Not with embarrassment, with something raw. The look of a child who has been caught performing, who has been seen through the costume, and who doesn't know what to do without the script. I'm not your enemy, Draco, Harry said. His voice was different now, quieter, stripped of the sharpness. He remembered the boy outside the tea shop. The grin. The sweaty handshake. Maybe we can be friends. Not the kind of friends father means. But I'm not going to pretend that pureblood politics matter to me, because they don't. Your family name doesn't impress me. Your father's money doesn't impress me. If you want to be my friend, it's got to be because you actually want to be my friend. Not because of what my name can do for yours. The compartment held its breath. Draco looked at Harry for a long moment. Behind the mask, behind the script, behind 3 years of his father's coaching and his mother's expectations and the weight of a family legacy that had been pressing down on him since birth, something moved. Something young and uncertain and not yet decided. Then Crabbe shifted his weight, and the moment broke. "Come on," Draco said to his flankers, his voice cool and clipped, the mask back in place. Wrong compartment. He left. The door slid shut. Ron exhaled. Bloody hell. What a prat. He's not a prat, Harry said. He's 11 and his father's a Death Eater. He's doing the best he can with what he's been given. Ron stared at him. His father's a what? A Death Eater. Former follower of Voldemort. Most of the old pureblood families were involved, to varying degrees. The Malfoys were near the top. Harry said this the way he said most things, matter-of-factly, without drama. That doesn't make Draco one. He's a kid. Kids can be different from their parents. You sound like you almost feel sorry for him. I do feel sorry for him. Just a bit. Don't tell him I said that, he'd be mortified. Hermione had been quiet through the exchange, watching and listening with the focused intensity of a scientist observing an experiment. Now she spoke. You said his father was a Death Eater. Was? Not is. The Death Eaters disbanded when Voldemort fell. Officially, they don't exist anymore. Unofficially, the network is dormant but intact. Most of them claimed they were under the Imperius Curse, mind control, and got off without punishment. Lucius Malfoy included. Was he under mind control? No. And the Ministry just accepted that? The Ministry accepted a lot of things after the war that they shouldn't have. It was easier to pretend the problem was solved than to actually solve it. Most of Voldemort's inner circle walked free. They kept their money, their influence, their seats on the Wizengamot. The system that produced the war was never dismantled. It was just paused. The train rocked gently. Fields had given way to moorland, and the sky was darkening, clouds piling up in the north like grey mountains. That's horrible, Hermione said. It's politics. Is there a difference? Harry looked at her and felt something he hadn't expected, hope. Not because Hermione was powerful, though she would be, he was certain of that, and not because she was smart, though she was ferociously smart. But because she was angry. She'd been in the wizarding world for 3 months and she was already angry about the right things. She hadn't been worn down yet. Hadn't been taught to accept the unacceptable. She still had the capacity for outrage, and outrage was the first step toward change. I think I'm going to like you, Hermione Granger, he said. She blinked. Then she smiled, a real smile, the first one he'd seen from her, wide and warm and slightly crooked. I think I'm going to like you too, Harry Potter. Even if you are annoyingly mysterious about your supplementary reading. Give it time. I'll tell you everything eventually. Why not now? Because we're about to pull into Hogsmeade and you haven't finished telling me about the charm theory in Chapter 7 of the Standard Book of Spells, and I actually want to hear your take on it. Hermione lit up like a Christmas tree. She launched into a detailed, rapid-fire analysis of Emmerich Switch's charm methodology that was genuinely brilliant. She'd found inconsistencies in the wandwork descriptions that most adult wizards would have missed. Harry listened, asked questions, pushed back on 2 of her conclusions, and watched her face shift from surprised to offended to thoughtful to excited as she realized he was engaging with her ideas as an equal. Ron ate the rest of the chocolate and looked out the window and occasionally contributed comments like, I understood about 3 words of that, and, is this what friendship is? Because it sounds like homework. The train slowed. The countryside had turned to forest, dark, old, thick with magic. Through the trees, Harry caught glimpses of water, a vast black lake reflecting the heavy sky. And beyond the lake, rising against the clouds like something out of a dream, Hogwarts. It was different from the train. From a distance, on a grey September evening, with the first lights of the castle glowing gold against the dark stone, there wasn't a word for it. The knowledge in Harry's head had words for everything, could categorize and analyze and explain every aspect of every magic he'd ever encountered, but it didn't have a word for the feeling of seeing Hogwarts from the Hogwarts Express for the first time. The feeling was not in any of the 50 books. None of the dark wizards who'd written them had bothered to describe what beauty felt like. Wicked, Ron breathed. Oh, Hermione whispered. Harry said nothing. He just looked. The train stopped. Students poured out onto the platform, a flood of black robes and excited voices. A voice boomed over the crowd, massive, deep, carrying like a foghorn. Furs years. Furs years over here. The source of the voice was, impossibly, even larger than it sounded. A man, if man was the right word, which it probably wasn't, standing at least 11 feet tall, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard and hands like dustbin lids. His aura was unique, partly human, partly something else, something larger and older, and Harry knew without consulting the library that this was Rubeus Hagrid, half-giant, Hogwarts gamekeeper, and one of the handful of people Dumbledore trusted unconditionally. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, leading the cluster of first-years down a steep, muddy path to the lake's edge, where a fleet of small boats waited, rocking gently on the black water. Everyone in. Right then, forward. The boats moved on their own, gliding across the lake in a silent formation. The water was dark and still and absolutely alive with magic. Harry could feel things moving beneath the surface, large things, ancient things, creatures that had been living in this lake since the castle was built. The giant squid, certainly, but other things too. Deeper things. The castle grew as they approached. From the lake, it was overwhelming, towers and turrets and battlements, lit windows glowing like eyes, the whole structure sitting on a cliff face that rose straight from the water. The boats passed through a curtain of ivy and into a harbor beneath the castle, and then they were climbing stone steps, emerging into torchlight, and a tall, stern-faced witch in emerald robes was standing at the top of the stairs, looking at them the way a general looks at new recruits. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She explained the houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the point system, and the general expectations of behavior. Harry half listened. He was looking past her, through the doors, into the Great Hall, and what he saw there made the breath catch in his chest. Candles. Hundreds of candles, floating in midair above 4 long tables packed with students. The ceiling, enchanted to mirror the sky outside, showed heavy grey clouds with the first stars appearing in gaps between them. The head table at the far end, where the professors sat. And on every surface, on every face, that same warm, golden, crackling energy of 1,000 people gathered in one place, sharing food and magic and the simple, profound experience of belonging somewhere. The first years were led into the hall. The older students stared. Whispers rippled through the tables like wind through grass. "Potter, did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? Which one is he?" "The one with the scar, he's so small." A stool stood at the front of the hall, and on it sat a hat. Old, patched, battered, its brim frayed and its point flopped to one side. It looked like something you'd find at a jumble sale. It also pulsed with enchantment so ancient and complex that Harry had to stop himself from openly gaping. The sorting hat was not just a magical artifact, it was a masterwork. 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment, layered and interwoven, self-sustaining, self-aware. The founder's magic was in there, all 4 of them, preserved and functioning after a millennium. The hat sang a song. Harry listened to the words and simultaneously analyzed the magical construction and concluded that whoever had created this thing was either the most brilliant enchanter who had ever lived or four brilliant enchanters working in concert, which was probably the more accurate description. McGonagall began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A nervous girl with blonde pigtails stumbled to the stool, sat down, and the hat was placed on her head. A moment's pause, and then, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers. Hannah Abbott scurried over, looking relieved. The list continued. Bones, Susan. Boot, Terry. Brocklehurst, Mandy. Names and houses, one after another, each greeted by cheers from the appropriate table. Granger, Hermione, was called, and Hermione practically ran to the stool, her face a rigid mask of determination. The hat took almost 4 minutes with her. Harry could see it working, sifting through her mind, evaluating, before shouting, Gryffindor. Hermione's mask cracked into a brilliant smile, and she hurried to the Gryffindor table, sitting down next to a ghost who looked mildly startled. Malfoy, Draco, got Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Draco walked to the Slytherin table with his chin up and his shoulders back and his mask firmly in place, and Harry watched him go and wondered what the hat had actually seen in there. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went electric. Every whisper, every murmur, every sideways glance that had been building since the first years walked in suddenly converged into a wall of attention so intense that Harry could feel it as a physical pressure. Hundreds of eyes. Hundreds of minds, all focused on one point. Harry walked to the stool. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, and it settled over his eyes, and the great hall vanished, replaced by darkness and the smell of old fabric and a voice. Not a voice, exactly. A presence. A mind touching his mind, ancient and vast and profoundly curious. Well, well, the Sorting Hat said. What have we here? It was not a question. It was an exhalation. The hat was looking into Harry's mind, and it had found the library. 50 texts, the hat murmured. The Abyssal Codex. Flamel's Annotations. Secrets of the Darkest Art. I haven't seen some of these since Salazar himself sat in my. The hat stopped. Something in its tone shifted, from curiosity to something deeper. Awe, maybe. Or alarm. You have more dark knowledge in your head than any student who has ever sat beneath me. More than some of my creators possessed. You carry the collected wisdom of 50 of the most dangerous texts in magical history, and you are 11 years old. Yes, Harry thought. And yet. The hat paused. Rummaged deeper. Past the library, past the knowledge, into the parts of Harry that the books hadn't touched. The cupboard. Tom's cake. Snape's almost smile. Ron's laugh. Hermione's crooked grin. The feeling of clean sheets. The sound of rain on the window of room 7. And yet, the hat repeated, the knowledge is the smallest part of you. The library is vast, but the boy is vaster. Courage, oh, considerable courage, and not the reckless kind, the kind that knows exactly what it costs and pays it anyway. Loyalty, deep and fierce, once you love with everything. Intelligence, certainly, but intelligence in service of something larger than itself. And ambition, yes, real ambition, not for power or fame but for the world to be better than it is. Sounds like a sales pitch, Harry thought. Don't be cheeky. I've been doing this for 1,000 years. The hat was quiet for a moment. You could go anywhere, you know. Any house would be lucky to have you. Slytherin would sharpen you. Ravenclaw would celebrate you. Hufflepuff would ground you. But I think, yes, I think I know where you belong. Where? Where you've always belonged. With the brave ones. The ones who run toward the fire rather than away from it. The ones who choose what's right over what's easy. The hat paused. Though I should warn you, the last time I sorted someone with this much dark knowledge into Gryffindor, it caused quite a stir. "Who was that?" "That, Mr. Potter, is none of your business." "Ready?" "Ready." The hat's brim opened wide, and its voice rang through the great hall like a bell. "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted. Not just cheered, erupted. The Weasley twins were on their feet, shouting, "We got Potter! We got Potter," like they'd won the lottery. Ron was clapping so hard his hands were red. Hermione was beaming. The noise was deafening, joyous, a wall of welcome so fierce that Harry felt it hit him like a wave. He took off the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat down next to Hermione, across from Ron. Hands clapped his back. Names were shouted at him. Percy the prefect shook his hand with pompous enthusiasm. The ghost, nearly headless Nick, Harry's knowledge supplied, bowed so deeply his head nearly fell off. "Well done, Harry." Ron crowed. "Thanks." Harry looked down the table at the sea of grinning faces, the golden plates, the floating candles, and something in his chest expanded until it hurt. He was here. He was at Hogwarts. He was sitting at a table full of people who wanted him there, not because of what he knew or what he could do, but just because a hat had said he belonged. The feast appeared: roast beef and roast chicken and pork chops and lamb chops, Yorkshire pudding and roast potatoes and chips, peas and carrots and gravy and ketchup, and Harry loaded his plate and ate, and talked, and laughed, and for a while the library in his head was quiet and the boy was loud. After the feast, after Dumbledore's brief and wonderfully eccentric welcome speech, which included the words, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and a warning about the third-floor corridor that Harry noted with a spike of sharp attention, the first years followed Percy the prefect to Gryffindor Tower. Through corridors and up staircases that moved and past portraits that gossiped and through a door hidden behind a painting of a fat lady in a pink silk dress. The Gryffindor common room was round and warm and red and gold, with squashy armchairs and a roaring fireplace and windows that looked out over the castle grounds. Harry stood in the doorway and breathed it in. Not the magic, though the magic was thick here, saturated with decades of laughter and arguments and late-night study sessions. Just the warmth. Just the fact of a place that was designed, from the ground up, to feel like home. The dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase. 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red curtains. Harry's trunk was already there, at the foot of the bed nearest the window. Ron was next to him, already bouncing on his mattress to test the springs. "This is brilliant," Ron said. "Better than home." "Don't tell my mum I said that." Neville Longbottom, the round-faced, toad-losing boy from the train, was in the bed opposite, looking dazed and happy. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan filled the other 2 beds, already bickering cheerfully about football. Harry sat on his bed. Pulled the curtains halfway closed. Through the gap, he could see the window, and through the window, the grounds, the dark forest, the glittering lake, the sky clearing to show a scattering of stars. Beneath him, the castle hummed. 1,000 years of magic, 1,000 years of children, 1,000 years of sorting and learning and growing and leaving. It was alive, this place. Not sentient, not exactly, but alive, aware of its inhabitants the way a tree is aware of the birds in its branches. Harry closed his eyes and felt the castle feel him back. Tomorrow would be the first day of classes. Tomorrow he would sit in a room full of students his own age and pretend that he didn't already know more than the professors. Tomorrow he would navigate the politics of houses and friendships and rivalries and the 1,000 small dramas of 11-year-olds living together for the first time. Tomorrow, Snape would look at him across a potions classroom and they would both have to pretend that they hadn't spent 4 years having tea together. Tomorrow, Quirrell would stand at the front of a defense classroom, and the thing on the back of his head would whisper, and Harry would have to decide what to do about it. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Harry lay in a 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, and listened to Ron's breathing settle into the steady rhythm of sleep, and felt, for the first time in his memory, like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The first day of classes was chaos. Not dramatic chaos. Not dangerous chaos. The ordinary, mundane chaos of 141st-year students trying to find their classrooms in a castle that actively rearranged itself, getting lost on staircases that went to different places on Tuesdays, walking into walls that were pretending to be doors and past doors that were pretending to be walls. Harry navigated it easily. The castle's ward structure was like a map once you knew how to read it, but he deliberately got lost twice, just to have the experience. Just to be a normal kid, wandering a new school, arriving late to class with a sheepish grin. Charms, first period. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. The lesson was on the theory of basic levitation, Wingardium Leviosa, the bread and butter of first-year charms. Flitwick explained the wand movement, the pronunciation, the mental intention behind the magic. Harry listened. He'd been casting Wingardium Leviosa since he was 7, wandlessly since 8, and could levitate objects up to roughly his own body weight with casual precision. But Flitwick was a good teacher, clear, enthusiastic, actually interested in whether his students understood the why behind the spell, not just the how. Harry asked 2 questions, one about the relationship between intention and pronunciation, genuinely curious, because the knowledge had competing theories on this, and one about the upper limits of the levitation effect when applied to objects with their own magical resistance. Flitwick blinked at the second question, rocked back on his book stack, and said, "That, Mr. Potter, is a question I would expect from a 7th-year arithmancy student. 5 points to Gryffindor. See me after class if you'd like to discuss it further." Hermione, sitting next to Harry, looked at him with an expression that was equal parts admiration and competitive fury. Transfiguration, second period. Professor McGonagall, who turned out to be exactly as stern and exactly as brilliant as her reputation suggested. She opened the class by transforming her desk into a pig and back, which was, Harry had to admit, an impressive piece of transfiguration, not for the complexity of the spell but for the sheer style of it. The woman had flair. The lesson was on matchstick-to-needle transfiguration. Basic metamorphic theory. McGonagall distributed matchsticks and instructed the class to attempt the change. Harry picked up his matchstick, looked at it, and considered his options. He could struggle convincingly. Pretend to work at it, produce a half-hearted transformation, blend in with his classmates. This was the safe option. The hiding option. The option that said, be less than you are so people don't get uncomfortable. Harry didn't hide. He pointed his wand at the matchstick and thought about what it needed to become. Not just the shape, the molecular structure, the crystalline lattice of metal, the sharp point, the eye. Transfiguration, the knowledge told him, was fundamentally about understanding what things were. If you truly understood a matchstick, the cellulose structure of the wood, the phosphorus of the head, the layered reality of the object at every level from magical to molecular, then changing it into something else was just a matter of reimagining it. Telling the magic, this thing is not this thing. This thing is that thing. And meaning it. The matchstick became a needle. Perfect, gleaming, silver bright. It happened in the time it took Harry to blink. The class went silent. McGonagall walked over. She picked up the needle, held it to the light, examined it with the practiced eye of someone who had been teaching transfiguration for decades and had seen every quality of transformation from dismal to extraordinary. "This is flawless," she said. "Thank you, Professor." She looked at him over her spectacles. Her aura was controlled, disciplined, the magical equivalent of a steel wall, but behind it, Harry could see surprise and something that might have been excitement. "Have you studied transfiguration before, Mr. Potter?" "Some. Mostly theory. Theory alone does not produce a transformation of this quality. This requires practical understanding of material structure at a level that most adult witches and wizards never achieve." She set the needle down. "Remarkable. 20 points to Gryffindor." The class murmured. Hermione, who had managed a slightly pointy matchstick with a silver sheen, genuinely impressive for a first attempt, looked at Harry's perfect needle and then at her own matchstick and then at Harry again, and her expression settled into something determined and fierce that Harry recognized immediately. "I'm going to catch up to you if it kills me." Ron, whose matchstick had done nothing at all except emit a faint smell of smoke, leaned over and whispered, "Show off." "I didn't hold back," Harry whispered back. "I noticed. Would you rather I pretended to be bad at it?" Ron considered this. "No. But maybe warn a bloke next time." The morning continued. Herbology with Professor Sprout, who was warm and earthy and covered in soil. History of magic with Professor Binns, who was a ghost and who was, without question, the most boring sentient entity Harry had ever encountered. Binns droned about goblin rebellions in a monotone so flat it could have been used as a level, and half the class was asleep within 15 minutes. Hermione took notes. Harry drew diagrams of ward construction in the margins of his parchment and let his mind wander through the knowledge, pulling up everything it contained about goblin history. The books had a lot. Dark wizards had historically worked closely with goblins, because goblin-forged metals held enchantments differently than wizard-made ones, and several of the 50 texts included detailed analyses of goblin metallurgical magic. The picture they painted was more complex and more sympathetic than Binns's droning narrative, which treated the goblin rebellions as a series of dates and treaties rather than the desperate struggles of a subjugated people. Harry made a mental note to discuss this with Hermione later. She'd be furious. She'd be magnificent. Lunch was a brief, loud affair in the Great Hall. Ron ate like he was being timed. Hermione ate like she was reading a textbook simultaneously, which she was. Harry ate at a normal pace and watched the room. Draco Malfoy was at the Slytherin table, holding court with the effortless authority of a boy who'd been raised to believe that rooms organized themselves around him. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him. Pansy Parkinson laughed at something he said. But Harry noticed, because Harry noticed everything now, that Draco's gaze kept drifting to the Gryffindor table. To Harry. There was something in that gaze that wasn't hostility. It was closer to curiosity. Closer to longing. The afternoon brought the class Harry had been simultaneously anticipating and dreading, potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim and smelled of ingredients and preserved things. The shelves were lined with jars of things that floated in colored liquids. The desks were scarred with years of spills and stains and minor explosions. Snape swept in with the dramatic timing of a man who had perfected the art of the entrance. His robes billowed. The door banged. Every student flinched. Every student except Harry. Snape's gaze swept the room and found Harry's, and for a fraction of a second, invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking for it, the corner of his mouth twitched. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, his voice low and silky, filling the dungeon like smoke. He paused, let the silence build, and then launched into his opening speech with the practiced rhythm of a man who had delivered it dozens of times and never tired of its effect. Then he turned to Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question was famous. Harry knew from the older Weasley brothers' stories that Snape asked it every year to the same effect, humiliating a first year who couldn't possibly know the answer. Harry could see the game. Snape knew Harry knew the answer. This was theater. A way to establish the dynamic for the rest of the class, to play the role of the harsh, demanding professor, to give no indication that the boy in the second row had been his most advanced student for 4 years. But Harry didn't hide. "Draught of living death," he said. "A sleeping potion of extraordinary potency. Standard recipe calls for sloth brain, saprophoris bean juice, extracted by crushing, not cutting, which improves yield by approximately 300%, and wormwood asphodel infusion as a base. The optimal stirring pattern is 7 clockwise turns followed by 1 counterclockwise after adding each ingredient, though most textbooks incorrectly specify consistent clockwise stirring throughout." The dungeon went absolutely silent. Snape stared at him. The mask was perfect, cold, evaluating, unreadable. But Harry could see the aura behind it, and it was doing something that looked suspiciously like laughing. Correct, Snape said. In excessive detail. 5 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindors gasped. Snape giving points to Gryffindor was, apparently, an event of comparable rarity to a solar eclipse. Don't let it go to your head, Potter. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat. A bezoar is a calcified mass that forms around foreign objects in the digestive system. It neutralizes most poisons when administered directly, though its efficacy decreases with the complexity of the poison. Against something like basilisk venom, for instance, it would be completely useless. You'd need phoenix tears for that. Another silence. Longer this time. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also called aconite. Aconitum napellus. Highly toxic in its natural state, useful in a dozen potions including the wolfsbane potion, which suppresses lycanthropic transformation when administered regularly in the week preceding a full moon. Harry paused. The wolfsbane potion was invented by Damocles Belby in 1981. It's one of the most complex potions in the modern pharmacopoeia. I'd love to try brewing it someday. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned to the rest of the class. Well? Why aren't you writing this down? The sound of 20 quills hitting parchment simultaneously was almost musical. The lesson continued. Snape was harsh, demanding, unfair to the Gryffindors and protective of the Slytherins, exactly as his reputation suggested. He took points from Neville for breathing too loudly near his cauldron. He sneered at Ron's attempt to dice daisy roots. He swept through the room like a malevolent crow, criticizing everything. But when he reached Harry's station, where a perfect cure for boils was simmering at exactly the right temperature with exactly the right color, he paused. Looked at it. Looked at Harry. Adequate, he said. From Snape, it was a love letter. After class, the Gryffindor first years walked back to the tower in a kind of daze. Ron was ranting about Snape's unfairness with the passionate indignation of someone who had been personally wronged by the universe. Hermione was reviewing her notes with frantic intensity, already planning to rewrite them in a more organized format. Neville was near tears over his melted cauldron. Harry walked beside them and felt the day settle around him like a coat. It had been good. Genuinely good. Not because of the perfect transfiguration or the potion's answers or the points earned. But because of the walk between classes with Ron, who had gotten lost twice and laughed about it both times. Because of Hermione's furious determination to match his needle by the end of the week. Because of the way Neville had smiled, shy, grateful, surprised, when Harry had quietly helped him with his potions technique when Snape wasn't looking. These were small things. But Harry was learning that the small things were the big things. That the library in his head, vast and terrible and powerful, was less important than the feeling of walking through a castle with people who were becoming his friends. He had one more class to attend today. The one he'd been watching for. The one that mattered most. Defense against the Dark Arts. Professor Quirrell. The classroom smelled like garlic, wreaths of it hung from the ceiling, draped over the windows, clustered around the desk. Quirrell's affectation, supposedly a defense against vampires. Harry knew better. The garlic was there to mask another smell, the faint, distinctive, rotting ozone scent of dark magic so concentrated it was almost physical. Quirrell himself was standing at the front of the room when the students filed in. Tall, thin, wearing a ludicrous purple turban. He was smiling nervously, wringing his hands, stuttering through his introduction with the practiced helplessness of a man who wanted to be underestimated. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I'm Professor Quirrell. I'm sure we'll have a wonderful tea term together. Harry sat in the front row. He looked at Quirrell. And he saw. Not just the aura, though the aura was damning enough. Quirrell's magical signature was fractured, split, like a glass that had been broken and reassembled with the pieces slightly out of alignment. One signature was Quirrell's own, mousy, nervous, moderate in power, the signature of a competent but unexceptional wizard. The other was something else entirely. Something that had been grafted onto Quirrell's magical system like a parasite onto a host. Something cold. Something familiar. The same resonance Harry had felt in the dark marks. The same fundamental magical frequency. Voldemort's signature. It was coming from the turban. Harry looked at the back of Quirrell's head, wrapped in purple cloth, bulging slightly in a way that didn't quite match the shape of a normal skull, and he knew, with the calm certainty of someone reading a diagnosis from a medical chart, what was under there. Voldemort. What was left of him? A face, a fragment, a shade clinging to the back of another man's skull like a leech. Sustained by Quirrell's life force, hidden by the turban, whispering instructions and commands and promises into the base of Quirrell's brain. The Horcrux knowledge in Harry's head provided the theoretical framework. Voldemort had survived the killing curse's rebound because of his Horcruxes. His body was destroyed, but his soul, fragmented, diminished, but unbroken, endured. He'd spent a decade as a wraith, less than a ghost, surviving in the forests of Albania by possessing animals and the occasional unwary traveler. Until Quirrell had come along, traveling the world, seeking dark knowledge, and had found something much darker than he'd bargained for. Harry looked at Quirrell's eyes. Behind the stutter and the nervousness and the carefully constructed mask of incompetence, there was something trapped. Something terrified. Quirrell wasn't a willing host. He was a prisoner in his own body, performing the role of a free man while something ancient and terrible rode the back of his skull and pulled his strings. P. Potter. Quirrell said, with a brightness that was entirely performative. Harry P. Potter. What an honor. I've heard so much about you. Likewise, Professor, Harry said. And he meant it more literally than Quirrell could possibly know. The lesson was terrible. Not dangerously terrible, just boringly terrible. Quirrell stuttered through basic defensive theory with the enthusiasm of a man reading a phone book. He got 2 facts wrong about red caps, mispronounced the incantation for a basic hex deflection, and spent 10 minutes telling a rambling story about a zombie encounter in Albania that was obviously fabricated. The class was bored. Hermione was frustrated. Harry could see it in the rigid set of her shoulders, the way her hand kept rising and then dropping as Quirrell fumbled another explanation. Ron was doodling on his parchment. Neville was asleep. Harry watched Quirrell and thought. The knowledge offered him options. He could confront Quirrell directly, but that would alert Voldemort, and a confrontation with even a diminished Dark Lord in a room full of first-years was unconscionably dangerous. He could go to Dumbledore, but he'd already told Dumbledore about Quirrell months ago, and the old man had hired him anyway, which meant either Dumbledore didn't believe him, or Dumbledore had a plan, or Dumbledore was playing chess again and the students were the pieces. Or he could wait. Watch. Learn the parameters of the situation before acting. Harry chose the third option. Not because he was afraid, he wasn't afraid of Quirrell, and he wasn't afraid of Voldemort, and the knowledge in his head gave him enough tools to deal with both if it came to it. But because patience was a weapon, and information was armor, and acting without understanding was how people got killed. After class, Hermione fell into step beside him. That was awful, she said. Yep. He doesn't know what he's teaching. Half of what he said about red caps was wrong. I read the chapter, I know it's wrong, and his wand technique is all over the place. How did he get hired? Dumbledore hired him. Then Dumbledore made a mistake. Dumbledore doesn't make mistakes. He makes choices. Sometimes they look like the same thing from the outside. Hermione frowned. She was chewing on this, literally, her lower lip caught between her teeth, and Harry could see her processing, connecting dots, filing questions for later. There's something wrong with him, she said. Quirrell, I mean. Not just the bad teaching. Something off. Did you notice how he never turned his back to the class? Harry looked at her sharply. You noticed that? I notice everything. It's a blessing and a curse. My parents say, she stopped. Shook her head. He kept his back to the blackboard the entire time. Every time he needed to write something, he turned sideways. That's not normal. No. It's not. Do you know why? Harry was quiet for a moment. They were walking through a sunlit corridor, students flowing around them like water around stones. Ron had stopped to argue with Dean Thomas about whether the Chudley Cannons had a chance this season. They didn't, and was several paces behind. I have a theory, Harry said carefully. I don't want to share it yet, because if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter, and if I'm right, knowing about it could put you in danger. Hermione stopped walking. She turned to face him, and her expression was fierce. Not angry. Fierce. The look of someone who had spent her entire life being told she was too curious, too intense, too much, and who had decided that the world could deal with it. I'm not fragile, Harry. I know you're not. And I'm not going to stop asking questions just because the answers might be scary. I know that too. And I'll tell you. Just, give me a few weeks. Let me figure out what we're dealing with. Then I'll tell you everything. She studied him. Weighing, evaluating, deciding whether to trust. It was the same process he'd seen on the train, that rapid, brilliant, slightly terrifying intelligence working through the problem of Harry Potter and deciding what to make of him. A few weeks, she said. Not more. Not more. And in the meantime, I'll teach you real defense. Not Quirrell's rubbish. Actual defensive magic. The stuff the textbooks leave out. Her eyes widened. Then narrowed. Then widened again. The banned stuff. Some of it. The useful parts. The parts that will keep you alive if something goes wrong. Something's going to go wrong, isn't it? Harry looked at her, and for just a moment, he let her see past the surface, past the calm, past the easy confidence, past the boy who'd answered every question in every class as though the entire Hogwarts curriculum was a mildly entertaining crossword puzzle. He let her see the part of him that had 50 books of darkness in his head and a growing certainty that the most dangerous wizard in history was living on the back of their defense professor's skull, 50 feet from a room full of children. Yeah, he said. I think it is. Hermione nodded. Once. Firm. Then she turned and kept walking, her bushy hair bouncing with each step, her back straight, her jaw set. Ron caught up a moment later, slightly out of breath. What did I miss? Nothing, Harry said. Hermione and I are going to start a study group. A study group? Mate, it's the first day. Best to start early. Ron groaned. This is going to be one of those friendships where I end up doing more homework, isn't it? Almost certainly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. They walked to the common room together, the three of them, shoulder to shoulder, and the castle hummed around them, and somewhere behind a purple turban, something ancient and terrible whispered, and the year began. Chapter 4. The thing behind the turban. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhalation, the grounds turning amber and copper, the black lake going steel-gray under heavy skies, and the forbidden forest darkening into something that looked less like a forest and more like a held breath. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy being 11. This was, he discovered, a full-time occupation. There was breakfast with Ron, who had a talent for making Eggs Benedict sound like a competitive sport. There was walking to class with Hermione, who had taken to quizzing him on obscure magical theory during the 7-minute gap between charms and transfiguration, turning the corridors of Hogwarts into a kind of ambulatory exam. There was Neville, who had attached himself to the group with the quiet persistence of a vine finding a wall, not because Harry had invited him, but because Harry had helped him with his potions 3 times running, and Neville had decided, with the stubborn loyalty of a boy who'd never had many friends, that this meant they were bonded for life. There were Quidditch tryouts, which Harry attended because Ron wanted moral support and Harry was curious. He'd never flown. The knowledge in his head contained zero information about broomstick flight, dark wizards, apparently, were not recreational athletes, and the experience of actually getting on a broom and kicking off from solid ground was the first genuinely new physical sensation he'd had since the scar had opened 5 years ago. He was, it turned out, a natural. The broom responded to him the way his wand did, instantly, intuitively, as if his magic and the enchantment on the broomstick were speaking the same language. He didn't try out for the team, first years weren't allowed, and he wasn't interested in drawing more attention than he already had, but Madam Hooch watched him fly a single lap of the pitch and then went directly to McGonagall's office and didn't come out for half an hour. There were evenings in the common room, sprawled on the squashy armchairs by the fire, Ron demolishing Harry at chess, the one area where Ron's mind operated at a level Harry couldn't touch. The boy was a genuine strategic savant, 3 or 4 moves ahead at all times, his face scrunched in concentration, his fingers hovering over pieces like a general surveying a battlefield, while Hermione read and occasionally looked up to inform them that they were wasting time. "You're not wasting time," Harry told Ron, after his 3rd consecutive loss. "You're a genius at this." "I'm not a genius at anything," Ron said automatically, with the reflexive self-deprecation of a boy who'd spent his life in the shadow of 6 exceptional siblings. "You just beat me in 12 moves. I can see magical auras and disassemble curses, and I'm telling you, your brain does something when it looks at a chessboard that I genuinely can't replicate." "That's not nothing, Ron." Ron went red. He mumbled something about it just being chess. But he sat a little straighter after that, and the next time someone made a crack about Weasleys being poor and unremarkable, the crack didn't land the way it used to. Small things. Big things. And underneath all of it, running like a river beneath a city, the thing Harry couldn't stop thinking about. He'd been watching Quirrell for 6 weeks. Not obviously. Not stalking, not following, nothing that would trigger the man's, or his passengers', suspicion. Harry just paid attention. In class, during meals, in the corridors. He noted Quirrell's patterns. When the stutter got worse, around Snape, always around Snape, Voldemort recognized the traitor. When the turban seemed to pulse with a faint, almost subliminal magical discharge, during the evenings, after dinner, when Quirrell retreated to his quarters on the 3rd floor. When Quirrell lingered near the forbidden corridor, his hand on the wall, his eyes unfocused, listening to instructions only he could hear. Harry also noticed what Quirrell was eating. Or rather, what he wasn't eating. The man pushed food around his plate at meals, rarely ate more than a few bites, drank water obsessively. His robes hung looser by the week. His face was gaunt, his hands trembled, and there were dark circles under his eyes that no amount of turban could distract from. Voldemort was consuming him. Not metaphorically. The parasitic attachment was feeding on Quirrell's life force to sustain itself, draining the host to power the passenger. Harry had seen the magical architecture of it clearly enough in class, the way Quirrell's aura was being siphoned, rerouted, compressed and fed into the thing on the back of his skull. At this rate, Quirrell would be dead before the school year ended. Voldemort didn't care. Quirrell was a vehicle, not a person. When the vehicle broke down, Voldemort would find another one. Unless Voldemort got the stone first. Harry had been monitoring the 3rd floor corridor too. The protections around the Philosopher's Stone were, well, they were a mixed bag. Some were excellent. The Enchanted Keys chamber was clever. The logic puzzle was brilliant, the kind of trap that would stop a wizard cold precisely because wizards didn't think logically. And whatever Dumbledore himself had set up in the final chamber, Harry couldn't read from a distance, which meant it was either incredibly subtle or incredibly powerful or both. But some of the protections were weak. The troll, for instance, a mountain troll as a guardian was brute force at best. And the 3-headed dog on the door was impressive but ultimately just a physical obstacle, defeatable by anyone who knew the trick. The Devil's Snare was a first-year problem. The chess set was more robust, Ron's area of expertise, coincidentally, but it was still a game with knowable rules and solvable solutions. The whole thing felt like a test. Not a real security system, but a challenge. A gauntlet. Designed not to be impregnable, but to be passable, by the right person, with the right skills, at the right time. Designed, Harry thought, for him. He sat with that thought for a while, turning it over, examining it from every angle. Dumbledore knew about Quirrell, Harry had told him, Snape had told him, and the man wasn't stupid. Dumbledore knew the stone was at risk. And instead of moving it, instead of increasing security, instead of confronting Quirrell directly, he placed it behind a series of obstacles that an unusually talented first year could overcome. Because Dumbledore was still playing chess. And Harry was still a piece on the board. The difference was that this piece could see the board. Harry decided not to be angry about it. Anger was a luxury he couldn't afford, and Dumbledore's manipulations, while frustrating, were at least well-intentioned. The old man genuinely believed he was steering events toward the best possible outcome. He was probably even right, from a certain perspective. But his perspective didn't account for the fact that Harry wasn't a variable to be managed, he was a person, with agency, and he'd act on his own timeline, not Dumbledore's. For now, that timeline said, wait. Watch. Prepare. And teach. The study group met every Tuesday and Thursday evening in an unused classroom on the 4th floor that Harry had found by reading the castle's ward structure. It had been a storage room, but Harry had cleared it out, silenced it with a charm that would have impressed a professional wardmaker, and stocked it with cushions stolen from the common room. Ron came because Harry asked him to. Neville came because Ron was coming and Neville went where his friends went. Hermione came because she couldn't physically stay away from a learning opportunity, and also because Harry had promised her answers, and the deadline was approaching. The first session, Harry taught them Expelliarmus. The disarming charm, he said, standing at the front of the room with his wand in hand. Standard defensive spell, second-year curriculum. Simple, effective, and undervalued. Most dueling wizards consider it beneath them because it doesn't do damage. They're idiots. A disarmed wizard is a defeated wizard, and Expelliarmus does it cleaner and faster than anything else in the standard spell library. He demonstrated. A flash of scarlet light, and the practice dummy at the end of the room lost the wand Harry had rigged to its hand. Your turn. One at a time. Ron, you're up. Ron stepped forward, his ears red, his wand gripped too tightly. He shouted the incantation, Expelliarmus. And produced a feeble spark that made the practice dummy's wand wobble. Good start. Loosen your grip, you're choking the wand. Magic flows, it doesn't get pushed. Think of it like throwing a ball, not like punching something. Ron tried again. Better. The wand flew 2 feet. Again. Ron tried again. 5 feet. Again. By the end of the session, all 4 of them could cast a serviceable Expelliarmus. Hermione's was the most precise, clean, targeted, efficient. Ron's was the most powerful, raw force, slightly uncontrolled, but when it connected, the dummy's wand hit the far wall hard enough to chip the stone. Neville's was the weakest, but it worked, and the look on Neville's face when he successfully disarmed the dummy for the first time was worth more than every point Gryffindor had earned all term. I did it, Neville whispered, staring at his wand like it was a stranger. You did it, Harry confirmed. I didn't think I could. You can, Neville. You can do a lot more than you think. The second session, Harry taught them Protego. The third, Stupefy. By the 4th session, he'd moved on to curse-breaking fundamentals, not specific spells, but the underlying theory. How to read a curse's structure. How to identify weak points. How to pull a hex apart at the seams. Hermione absorbed it like a sponge absorbs water. Her questions were relentless, probing, brilliant. She challenged Harry's explanations, demanded sources, pointed out inconsistencies between what he was teaching and what the textbook said. The textbook says that counter-curses must match the original curse's magical frequency, she said, during the 5th session. You're saying they don't. That any curse can be unraveled regardless of frequency if you understand the construction. Who's right? The textbook is describing a specific method, frequency matching, which works for most standard hexes. I'm describing the general principle, which is deeper. Frequency matching is a shortcut. Understanding construction is the real thing. It's like, the textbook is teaching you how to pick a specific lock. I'm teaching you how locks work. Where did you learn this? Supplementary reading. Harry. She said his name the way she said everything, with complete, focused, unyielding intensity. You promised me answers. It's been 5 weeks. I've been patient. I've been learning what you're teaching without knowing where it comes from, on faith, because I trust you. But I'm running out of faith and I need the truth. Ron and Neville had gone quiet. The room was very still. Harry looked at Hermione. Then at Ron. Then at Neville, who was watching with his round, earnest face and his grandmother's borrowed wand and the look of a boy who had already decided to follow Harry into the dark without knowing what was in it. Okay, Harry said. The truth. He told them. Not everything. Not the clinical details of Horcrux creation or the specifics of soul magic or the darker contents of the 50 books. But the broad strokes, the scar, the rupture, the knowledge. What it was. Where it came from. What it meant. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Ron spoke first. So you've got 50 banned books in your head? Yes. Dark arts books? Yes. Since you were 6? Yes. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Is that why you're so weird?" Harry blinked. What? You're weird, mate. You talk like a professor, you know things that nobody should know, you look at people like you can see through their skin, and you've been ordering drinks at the Leaky Cauldron since before most kids lose their baby teeth. I figured there was something going on. I just thought maybe you were, I don't know, raised by goblins or something. Raised by goblins? It was a theory. Not my best one. Harry stared at him. Then he laughed, a real laugh, the kind that came from the belly and made his eyes water. Ron grinned, and the tension in the room broke like a wave against rocks. Hermione was less amused. She was sitting very still, her hands folded in her lap, her face working through a complex sequence of emotions. Harry watched her process and didn't interrupt. The knowledge, she said finally. It's all dark arts. Almost entirely. Some of it touches on other disciplines, healing, potions, enchanting, but the core focus of all 50 texts is dark magic. Theory and practice. And you can access it whenever you want. Like pulling a book off a shelf. And it hasn't changed you. Made you want to, no. Harry said it firmly. Not defensively, firmly. The knowledge is neutral. It's information. It doesn't whisper to me, it doesn't compel me, it doesn't try to influence my decisions. It's just there, like any other memory. What I do with it is my choice. But the people who wrote those books, were often terrible people who did terrible things. I know. I know exactly what they did, because the books describe it in detail. And knowing what they did is the best possible defense against becoming like them, because I can see exactly where they went wrong, exactly what choices led them into darkness, exactly what it cost. Harry met her eyes. Knowledge doesn't corrupt, Hermione. Ignorance does. She sat with that. Turned it over. Tested it against her principles, her values, the moral framework she'd been building since before she could read. I don't agree completely, she said. I think some knowledge carries risk regardless of intention. But she paused. Started again. I trust you. I've watched you for 6 weeks. You helped Neville with potions when no one's looking. You bought Ron a new set of quills because his were falling apart and you pretended you'd gotten them free. You teach us defense not because you want followers but because you want us to be safe. She looked at him steadily. Whatever's in your head, you're still you. That's enough for me. Same, Ron said simply. Neville just nodded. Harry stood in the unused classroom on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, surrounded by 3 people who knew his deepest secret and had chosen to stay, and the library in his head was quiet and the boy was loud, and he thought, this is what it's supposed to feel like. This is what having people is. Right, he said, his voice slightly rough. That's enough sentimentality for one evening. Back to curse breaking. Hermione, show me your hex deconstruction on the practice dummy. I want to see if you've fixed the wrist angle. Hermione stood up, squared her shoulders, and got back to work. Halloween arrived with a feast that turned the Great Hall into a cathedral of excess, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats swooping between the candles, food piled so high on the golden plates that Ron looked like he might actually weep with joy. The enchanted ceiling showed a storm rolling in from the north, purple-black clouds split by distant lightning, dramatic and beautiful and perfectly timed for the holiday. Harry was 3 bites into a baked potato when the doors of the Great Hall slammed open and Quirrell sprinted in, turban askew, face white as chalk, eyes rolling with what looked like genuine terror. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. Then he collapsed face first onto the floor. The hall erupted. Students screaming. Food flying. Benches scraping back as hundreds of children tried to stand up simultaneously. Dumbledore fired a cannon blast from his wand and the room went silent. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons. Ordered. Controlled. The voice of a man who had fought a world war and wasn't going to be rattled by a troll. The students began filing out, prefects at the front, the crowd moving with the jerky efficiency of controlled panic. Harry didn't move. He was looking at Quirrell, who was lying on the floor with his face hidden and his turban slightly shifted, and the thing behind the turban was pulsing, a fast, rhythmic, excited pulse of dark magic that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with opportunity. The troll was a distraction. Quirrell had let it in, or summoned it, or arranged its release from wherever Dumbledore had stationed it as part of the 3rd floor protections. The purpose was clear, get every teacher into the dungeons, leaving the 3rd floor corridor unguarded. While everyone was dealing with the troll, Quirrell, or rather, the thing riding Quirrell, would go for the stone. Harry stood up. Harry, where are you going? Ron grabbed his arm. We're supposed to go to the tower, Hermione, Harry said. Ron's face went blank. Then white. She doesn't know about the troll. She's been in the bathroom since Charms, she was crying. I said something stupid about her having no friends. Which bathroom? 1st floor. Near the Charms corridor. The 1st floor. The same floor as the dungeons. The same floor the troll was supposedly occupying. Harry looked at Ron. Come with me or go to the tower. Your choice. Ron didn't hesitate. Not for a second. His face was still white, but his jaw set, and he pulled out his wand with the kind of grim resolve that Harry recognized from chess, the look of a player who had seen the board and was committing to a move. Let's go. They went. The corridors were chaos, students streaming toward their dormitories, prefects shouting, ghosts drifting through walls looking excited. Peeves, the poltergeist, was cackling somewhere above them. Harry moved against the current, Ron at his shoulder, cutting through side passages and shortcuts he'd mapped from the castle's ward structure. They covered the distance from the Great Hall to the 1st floor Charms corridor in under 3 minutes. The smell hit them first. Mountain troll. The knowledge provided an immediate, clinical assessment. Troll, mountain variety. Adult male, approximately 12 feet. Low intelligence, high physical resilience. Resistant to most direct magical attack, thick hide, natural spell absorption, limited vulnerability to concussive force or precision targeting of eyes, ears, and nasal cavity. Standard approach, stupefy to the cranial region at maximum power, or environmental manipulation to create physical restraints. The reality was less clinical. The troll was enormous, filling the corridor like a living boulder, its gray-green skin glistening with something mucus and awful, its club, an actual club, a section of tree trunk, dragging along the stone floor with a scraping sound that set Harry's teeth on edge. It was moving slowly, stupidly, drawn by sound and smell toward the girls' bathroom, where a thin line of light showed under the door and the sound of running water was clearly audible. Where Hermione was. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "It's huge. Stay behind me." "Harry, Ron. Stay behind me." Harry stepped forward. The troll hadn't noticed them yet. It was focused on the bathroom door, its tiny brain processing the sounds from within, its massive hand reaching for the handle. Harry didn't waste time on elegance. He raised his wand and cast 4 spells in rapid succession. The first was a concussive blast, not a standard spell, not anything in the Hogwarts curriculum, but a raw, shaped expression of kinetic force channeled through his wand. It hit the troll in the chest and knocked it backward 3 feet, its club clanging off the stone wall. The second spell ripped the club from its hand, a massively overpowered Expelliarmus, Ron's specialty cranked up to a level that would have made the practice dummy weep. The club sailed down the corridor and embedded itself in the far wall. The third spell was a conjuration, thick steel chains, manifested from nothing, wrapping around the troll's legs and anchoring to the floor. Dark magic, technically. Conjuration of binding materials from pure magical energy was in 2 of the 50 texts and 0 of the standard curriculum. Harry didn't care. The troll stumbled, crashed to its knees, bellowed in confused rage. The fourth spell was stupefy. But not the second-year version. Not the gentle knockback that the textbooks described. Harry's stupefy was a beam of scarlet light as thick as his arm, concentrated, focused, driven by a magical core that had been growing and deepening for 5 years. It hit the troll between the eyes, and the 12-foot mountain of muscle and gristle went rigid, toppled backward, and hit the corridor floor hard enough to crack the flagstones. Silence. Dust settling. The torches on the walls flickering. The troll was unconscious. The chains held. The corridor smelled like a sewer but was otherwise intact. The whole thing had taken less than 4 seconds. Ron stood behind Harry with his wand out and his mouth open and an expression on his face that Harry would later describe as loading screen. "What?" Ron said, very slowly. The bathroom door opened. Hermione stood in the doorway, her face tear-stained, her eyes wide, her wand clutched in a white-knuckled grip. She looked at the troll. At the chains. At the club embedded in the wall 30 feet away. At Harry, standing in the middle of the corridor with his wand out and not a hair out of place. "What happened?" she whispered. "Troll," Harry said. "It's been dealt with. You just," she gestured at the unconscious troll, struggling for words. "You just dealt with a mountain troll. It was heading for your door. I didn't have time to be subtle." Hermione looked at the troll again. Then at Harry. Then at the conjured steel chains, which were not a thing that 11-year-olds could produce, which were not a thing that most adults could produce, and which were clearly, unmistakably, a piece of magic far beyond anything she'd seen in any classroom. "Harry," she said, her voice very careful. "What was that fourth spell?" "Stupefy." "That was not stupefy. I've read about stupefy. Stupefy does not crack flagstones. It does when you put enough behind it." Footsteps thundered from both ends of the corridor. Teachers, arriving en masse, McGonagall in the lead, her face white, followed by Snape, limping slightly, followed by Quirrell, who skidded to a stop at the sight of the unconscious troll and went into an elaborate performance of shock and horror that would have been convincing if Harry hadn't been able to see his aura practically gloating. "What in Merlin's name?" McGonagall stopped. Took in the scene. The troll. The chains. The 3 first years. The club in the wall. Explain. Now. Harry explained. Briefly, factually, without embellishment. Hermione was in the bathroom. The troll was heading for the bathroom. He intervened. You intervened, McGonagall repeated. Against a mountain troll. Yes. You're 11. I am. Those chains. She pointed. That's conjuration. Advanced conjuration. Beyond Newt level. I'm a quick study. McGonagall stared at him. Her mouth was a thin line. Her aura was caught between fury at the recklessness and something that looked very much like awe. 20 points from Gryffindor, she said. For leaving the feast against explicit instructions. And 50 points to Gryffindor, for sheer dumb nerve and the most impressive piece of defensive magic I've witnessed from a student in 30 years of teaching. Net gain, 30 points. Ron did the math instantly, chess brain, and grinned. Snape said nothing. He stood at the back of the group, his dark eyes on Harry, his expression unreadable. But Harry saw the limp, Snape's left leg, wrapped in something under his robes, a bandage maybe. Fresh wound. Harry's eyes tracked to the stairs that led up toward the third-floor corridor, and a picture assembled itself. Snape had gone for the stone too. Not to steal it, to protect it. While everyone else had gone to the dungeons to deal with the troll, Snape had gone to the third floor to head off Quirrell. He'd gotten past some of the protections, the three-headed dog, probably, hence the leg wound, before realizing Quirrell hadn't made it that far and turning back. Harry filed this away and said nothing. Quirrell was escorted off to recover from his fright by Dumbledore, who had appeared silently at the edge of the group and was observing everything with those blue eyes that missed nothing. His gaze met Harry's. A question passed between them, not in words, but in the shared understanding of two people who were both watching the same chess game. You see it, Harry's look said. I see it, Dumbledore's look answered. I've always seen it. Then why are you letting it play out? But Dumbledore's expression gave nothing more, and then the moment was over, and the teachers were dispersing, and Hermione was hugging Harry, fierce, sudden, unexpected, her arms around his neck and her face against his shoulder, and Ron was saying, "Boy, what about me, I was here too," and Hermione was hugging Ron and Ron was turning the color of a fire engine. Walking back to the tower, Hermione and Ron on either side of him, the adrenaline fading into something warm and certain, Harry felt the shape of things crystallize. The troll had been a test, Quirrell's test of the school's response time, Voldemort's probe of the stone's defenses. It had failed tonight. It wouldn't fail forever. The stone was still down there. Voldemort was still in Quirrell's head. The clock was ticking. Harry, Hermione said, as they reached the fat lady's portrait. That magic you used tonight. The chains. The stupefy. That wasn't normal, was it? No. That was from the books. Some of it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Teach me." "I will. Teach all of us." Harry looked at her, then at Ron, then through the portrait hole into the common room, where Neville was pacing anxiously and practically collapsed with relief when he saw them. "Yeah," Harry said. "I will." November brought cold weather and colder tensions. The study group intensified. Harry taught them shield charms that weren't in the curriculum, counterhexes that the textbooks pretended didn't exist, and the fundamentals of magical detection, how to sense the presence of enchantments, wards, and hostile magic. Hermione progressed fastest, Ron hit hardest, and Neville, quiet, unassuming Neville, showed a surprising aptitude for defensive magic that Harry suspected had something to do with having parents who'd been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. Neville's magic responded to threat the way a bruise responds to pressure, instinctively, protectively, with a depth of power that the boy himself didn't understand. Harry also began a separate project, analyzing the protections on the third-floor corridor in detail. He couldn't enter the corridor without triggering alerts, but he didn't need to. He could read the ward structure from outside, mapping each layer of protection, identifying the magical signatures of the professors who'd contributed. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, was Hagrid's contribution. Neutralized by music. Simple but effective. Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout. Neutralized by sunlight or fire. First-year herbology. The Enchanted Keys, Professor Flitwick. Required flying skill and a good eye. Harry could fly. The chess set, Professor McGonagall. Required strategic thinking. Ron could handle it in his sleep. The troll, Quirrell's own contribution, and it was already out of commission. The logic puzzle, Professor Snape. Potions-based, requiring deductive reasoning. Hermione's domain. And the final chamber, Dumbledore's. The Mirror of Erist. Harry knew what it was because the knowledge in his head contained an extensive entry on the mirror's construction and properties, and because Dumbledore's magical signature was all over it. The Mirror of Erist showed the viewer their deepest desire. It was not a protection in the conventional sense, it didn't fight, didn't block, didn't damage. It tested. It showed you what you wanted most, and if what you wanted most was the stone, you couldn't get it. The stone would only reveal itself to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Dumbledore's genius. Elegant, psychological, nearly foolproof. Nearly. Harry thought about what he would see in the mirror and decided not to think about it too hard. December came. The castle dressed itself in snow and ice, the grounds turning white overnight, the lake freezing solid enough for the giant squid to be seen lurking beneath the ice like a shadow. Christmas decorations went up, enormous trees in the Great Hall, garlands on every banister, enchanted snowflakes that drifted from the ceilings and dissolved into nothing before they touched the floor. Most students were going home for the holidays. Hermione was returning to her parents. Neville was going to his grandmother's. Ron was staying, his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, and the Weasley children were spending Christmas at Hogwarts. Harry was staying too. He had nowhere else to go, and he didn't mind. Hogwarts at Christmas, with its emptied corridors and its skeleton staff and its peaceful, snow-hushed grounds, sounded perfect. The night before the holiday break, Harry sat in the common room with his friends, the fire crackling, the snow falling past the windows, and Hermione said, "I've been thinking about Quirrell." Ron groaned. "It's Christmas Eve. Can we not? He's getting worse. Have you noticed? He's lost at least a stone since September. His hands shake constantly. And last week, in class, his turban slipped and I saw," she hesitated. "There was something under it. On the back of his head. I couldn't see what it was, but his skin was gray. Discolored. Like something was growing there." The common room was nearly empty. Fred and George were in the corner, testing something that smoked, and Percy was reading by the far window with his prefect badge polished to a blinding shine. Nobody was close enough to hear. "It's not growing," Harry said quietly. "It's been there since he came back from Albania." 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him. "You said you'd tell us," Hermione said. "About Quirrell. When you'd figured it out. Have you figured it out?" Harry looked at the fire for a long moment. The flames danced and popped, throwing warm light across the carpet, and the knowledge in his head sat silent and waiting on its shelves. "Quirrell is being possessed," Harry said. "There is a parasitic consciousness attached to the back of his skull, hidden by the turban. It's feeding on his life force to sustain itself. At the current rate of consumption, Quirrell will be dead before the school year ends." Silence. "The consciousness is Voldemort." More silence. Ron had gone white. Neville made a small, strangled sound. Hermione's hands tightened in her lap, but her face was steady, her eyes clear. "You're sure?" she said. "Not a question. I've been reading his magical signature since the first day of class. It's the same frequency as the dark marks I've identified on Snape and others. It's Voldemort. Reduced, weakened, disembodied, but present." He's alive, or whatever passes for alive when you've split your soul into pieces and lost your body. And the troll on Halloween was a diversion. Quirrell released it to draw the teachers away from the third-floor corridor. He's after the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort wants it because the elixir of life would allow him to regenerate a physical body. Right now he's a parasite. With the stone, he'd be him again. Ron said a word that his mother would have murdered him for. Dumbledore knows, Hermione said. It wasn't a question either. She'd put it together, the way she put everything together, quickly, ruthlessly, without flinching from the conclusions. That's why he hired Quirrell. Not despite the risk. Because of it. He wants Voldemort here. Where he can watch. Where he can control the confrontation. Dumbledore's playing chess, Ron said, and there was something bitter in it, something that came from a boy who understood chess better than anyone in the room. He set up the board. Quirrell's a piece. The troll was a piece. The stone is, his eyes widened. The stone is bait. He's using the stone as bait. He wants Quirrell to go after it. He wants Quirrell to go after it, Harry confirmed. And he wants me to stop him. Why you? Neville asked. His voice was thin but steady. Why not? He's Dumbledore. He could stop Quirrell in a heartbeat. Because Dumbledore doesn't just want to stop Quirrell. He wants to test the protections. He wants to see if the Mirror of Erised works as intended. And he wants, Harry paused. He wants me to confront Voldemort. To see what happens when the boy with the scar meets the thing that gave it to him. He's gathering data. Running an experiment. And we're all in the lab. The fire crackled. Snow whispered against the window. That's monstrous, Hermione said. It's strategic. Dumbledore doesn't have the luxury of being purely good. He's fighting a war that most people think is over, against an enemy that most people think is dead, with resources that are stretched thin and allies that are compromised. He's doing what he thinks is necessary. And what do you think? Harry looked at her. I think he's mostly right. I think the stone needs to be protected. I think Voldemort needs to be confronted. I think the protections will need to be navigated, and I think I'm the person best equipped to do it. He paused. I also think that treating children as chess pieces is wrong, even when it works. So I'm going to do what Dumbledore expects, but I'm going to do it my way, on my timeline, and I'm not going in alone. Ron sat up straighter. You want us to come. The protections are designed for a team. Sprout's Devil's Snare, McGonagall's chess set, Snape's logic puzzle, each one plays to a different strength. I can brute force my way through all of them, but it would be faster, cleaner, and safer with help. He looked at each of them in turn. I won't ask you to fight Voldemort. That's mine. But getting there, I could use my friends. Ron's chin jutted forward. I'm in. Ron, this is dangerous, I know it's dangerous. I also know that you just said, friends, and that's the first time you've said it out loud, and if you think I'm going to miss a chance to play the most important chess match of my life against a set enchanted by McGonagall herself, you're mental. Harry looked at Hermione. She was pale, but her eyes were fierce. The logic puzzle, she said. Snape's contribution. Potions-based deduction. That's mine. It's yours. And I'm not just doing the puzzle and leaving. I'm going as far as I can. Hermione, don't Hermione me. We're in this together or we're not in it at all. Harry looked at Neville. Neville was shaking. Actually, physically shaking, his hands trembling and his round face pale. But his jaw was set, and his eyes, those soft, brown, often tearful eyes, held something new. Something hard. I'm not good enough for the protections, Neville said. I know that. I'd slow you down. But I can watch your backs. Guard the entrance. Make sure nobody follows you in. Neville, You don't have to, my parents fought Voldemort. They fought him and they lost and they're in St. Mungo's and they don't know my name. Neville's voice cracked, but it didn't break. I'm not them. I'm not brave like them. But I can stand at a door. I can do that much. The fire burned. The snow fell. For 11-year-olds sat in a common room and looked at each other, and the weight of what they'd agreed to pressed down on them like a physical thing. Not yet, Harry said. Not tonight. We wait. We watch. We'll know when Quirrell makes his move. He's deteriorating, he's running out of time, and Voldemort is getting desperate. When it happens, we'll be ready. When? Ron asked. Soon. Weeks, maybe. After the holidays. Merry Christmas, Ron muttered. Harry almost laughed. Yeah. Merry Christmas. The common room settled into quiet. Fred and George's experiment had produced a small explosion and they were now arguing about whose eyebrows would grow back first. Percy had fallen asleep over his book. The fire was dying. Hermione left for bed first, hugging each of them, Harry, Ron, Neville, with a fierceness that said things she wouldn't say out loud. Neville followed, mumbling goodnight. Ron lingered. Harry. Yeah. The thing you said. About friends. What about it? Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I'm glad you came to Hogwarts. Me too, Ron. Even with the Voldemort on the back of a bloke's head thing. Even with that. Good. Night, then. Night. Ron went upstairs. Harry sat alone by the dying fire, and the castle hummed around him, and the snow fell, and somewhere on the third floor, behind a locked door, past a three-headed dog in a web of deadly plants and a room full of enchanted keys, a mirror waited. A mirror that showed your heart's desire. Harry already knew what he'd see in it. He'd known for months. He'd see himself, standing exactly where he was, surrounded by the people he'd found this year. Ron. Hermione. Neville. Snape, scowling in the background. Tom, wiping glasses behind a bar. A castle full of children who said his name in the corridors and a bed with clean sheets and a room that was his. He'd see exactly what he had. And that, Harry thought, was going to be the key to everything. He banked the fire, climbed the stairs, and went to sleep. On Christmas morning, he woke to find presents at the foot of his bed for the first time in his life, and he sat among the torn wrapping paper with a Weasley sweater on his chest and chocolate in his hand and his friends' voices ringing in the dormitory, and the library in his head was quiet, and the boy was so loud. The thing behind the turban would have to wait. Today, Harry Potter was going to have Christmas. Chapter 5, The Philosopher's Stone. It happened on a Thursday in June, 3 days before the end of term, and Harry knew it was coming before breakfast. He woke in the grey pre-dawn to a feeling like static electricity crawling across his skin. The castle's ward structure had shifted overnight, subtle, almost imperceptible, the kind of change you'd only notice if you'd spent 9 months mapping every thread of the enchantment tapestry. A single ward on the third-floor corridor had been tampered with. Not broken. Not triggered. Loosened. Like someone had tested a lock without quite opening the door. Harry lay in his four-poster and listened to Ron's snoring and Neville's sleep mumbling and the distant hooting of owls in the Ollery, and he thought, tonight. Quirrell had run out of time. Harry had watched it happen over the last 3 months, the accelerating deterioration, the weight loss, the tremors, the moments in class when the stutter dropped away entirely and a voice that was not Quirrell spoke through his mouth for a split second before the mask snapped back. The turban had grown larger, the wrappings thicker, as if whatever was underneath was expanding. Quirrell's aura, which had been fractured in September, was barely coherent now, 2 signatures warring for dominance in a body that was failing under the strain. Voldemort was killing his host. Slowly, parasitically, the way a wasp larva kills the caterpillar it's growing inside. Quirrell had months at most. Maybe weeks. The stone wasn't just an ambition anymore, it was a lifeline. Without the elixir of life, Voldemort would lose his anchor to the physical world, and he'd be back to where he'd been for a decade, a wraith in the Albanian forests, waiting for another fool to wander close enough to possess. He wouldn't let that happen. Tonight, he'd make his move. Harry got up, got dressed, and went to find his friends. He found Hermione first. She was in the common room, already awake, already reading, curled in her usual armchair with an appraisal of magical education in Europe open on her knees. She looked up when Harry came down the stairs, and something in his expression made her close the book. "Today?" she asked. "Tonight, I think." She nodded. "Once." The fear was there, Harry could see it in the tightness around her eyes, the way her hands pressed flat against the book cover, but it was contained, managed, filed behind the formidable organizational system of Hermione Granger's mind. She'd had months to prepare for this. She'd spent those months learning everything Harry could teach her about defensive magic, curse-breaking, and the specific protections guarding the stone. She was as ready as any 11-year-old could be. "I'll tell Ron and Neville at breakfast," she said. "Neville's been nervous for weeks. He'll be relieved it's finally happening." Relieved and terrified. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Harry smiled. She was right. They weren't. Breakfast was normal. Aggressively, defiantly normal. Harry ate eggs and toast and drank tea and listened to Ron complain about the charms final and Neville worry about his herbology practical and Hermione outline her revision schedule for the remaining exams with the manic precision of a military strategist. The Great Hall buzzed with end-of-year energy, students comparing grades, making summer plans, counting the days until freedom. The head table was full. Dumbledore was chatting with McGonagall, his silver beard catching the morning light. Snape was scowling at his coffee. Quirrell was picking at a piece of dry toast, his hands shaking so badly that crumbs scattered across his plate like snow. Harry watched Quirrell and felt something unexpected, pity. Not for Voldemort. For Quirrell himself, the man underneath the turban, the man who had once been a perfectly adequate professor of Muggle studies before ambition and curiosity had led him to Albania and into the presence of something he couldn't refuse. Quirrell was a victim. A complicit victim, certainly, he'd sought out the dark, and the dark had answered, but a victim nonetheless. The man was dying. Consumed from within by a consciousness that saw him as nothing more than a container. The knowledge in Harry's head offered a cold assessment. Parasitic possession of this duration and intensity is invariably fatal to the host. Quirrell is terminal. The question is not whether he dies, but whether his death serves Voldemort's purpose or prevents it. Harry pushed the assessment aside. He'd deal with the tactical reality when it arrived. For now, he ate his breakfast and memorized the faces of his friends in the morning light. Ron was arguing with Seamus about the Chudley Cannon's chances next season. His freckled face was animated, his hands gesturing wildly, his voice rising with the passionate conviction of the truly deluded. He'd grown this year, not just physically, though he was taller than Harry by a good 3 inches, but in every way that mattered. The boy who'd stepped onto the Hogwarts Express with second-hand robes and a sleeping rat was not the boy sitting at the Gryffindor table now. Ron was confident. Not arrogant, he'd never be arrogant, he didn't have the constitution for it, but assured. He knew his value. He knew that his chess brain and his loyalty and his bone-deep, reckless courage were not small things. Harry had helped him see that, but Ron had done the work himself. Hermione was buttering toast with mathematical precision, each stroke exactly the same length and pressure, because even breakfast was an opportunity for optimization. Her bushy hair was tied back with a red ribbon that kept threatening to come undone. She'd changed this year too, not into someone different, but into more of who she already was. She was still intense, still relentless, still the kind of person who would read the entire library and ask for more. But the brittleness was gone. The desperate need to prove herself, to be the best, to justify her place in a world that hadn't known she existed until 10 months ago, it had softened. Not disappeared. Softened. She knew she belonged. Not because she was the smartest, though she was, or at least close to it, but because she was valued. Because her friends valued her for more than her marks. Neville was feeding bacon to his toad, Trevor, under the table, which was against regulations and which nobody had the heart to stop him doing. Neville's transformation had been the most dramatic and the most quiet. He still stumbled in corridors. He still melted cauldrons in potions. He still went red and tongue-tied when anyone looked at him too suddenly. But underneath all of that, underneath the clumsy, nervous, forgettable exterior, there was a core of something that Harry recognized because the knowledge had a name for it. Adamantine resolve. The quality that couldn't be taught, couldn't be manufactured, could only be discovered in the moment when everything else had been stripped away. Neville's parents had fought Voldemort knowing they would lose, and they'd done it anyway, and their son had inherited that. He just didn't know it yet. He'd know it tonight. The day crawled. Exams, classes, the ordinary machinery of school grinding toward the finish line. Harry sat through a history of magic exam that he completed in 11 minutes and spent the remaining 49 constructing a mental map of the third-floor corridor protections. He attended a herbology practical where Neville, in his element, demonstrated a knowledge of magical plants that would have impressed a professor. He endured a transfiguration review session where McGonagall praised his work with a grudging warmth that he'd come to cherish. He did not attend Defense Against the Dark Arts. There was no class. Quirrell had cancelled his final lessons, citing illness. His classroom door was locked. His office was dark. He was preparing. At dinner, Harry noticed Dumbledore's absence from the head table. His chair was empty. McGonagall sat in it, looking stiff and slightly worried. The other professors were present, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, Hagrid, but Dumbledore was gone. Harry reached out with his magical perception, feeling for the headmaster's distinctive signature, that blazing silver-white corona of power that lit up the castle's ward structure like a beacon. He found it, barely. Fading. Moving away. Dumbledore was leaving the grounds. Heading south, toward London, his magical signature growing fainter by the minute. Called away. Summoned on some pretext, a ministry emergency, maybe, or a Wisengamot session, or a carefully crafted distraction. It didn't matter what. What mattered was that Dumbledore was gone, and Quirrell would know, and tonight was no longer a possibility but a certainty. Harry set down his fork. "He's gone," he said, quietly enough that only Ron, Hermione, and Neville could hear. Ron's jaw tightened. Dumbledore? Left the castle. I don't know why. Could be legitimate. Could be engineered. Either way, Quirrell won't get a better chance than tonight. Hermione's hand found Harry's under the table. She squeezed once, hard, and let go. What time? Late. After curfew. Quirrell will wait until the castle's asleep. He won't want to fight through professors if he can avoid it. Harry looked at each of them. Meet me in the common room at midnight. Wear shoes you can run in. The hours between dinner and midnight were the longest of Harry's life. He tried to read. Couldn't focus. Tried to practice spell forms. His wand felt restless in his hand, humming with a sympathetic vibration that matched the tension in his chest. Tried to just sit, to be calm, to access the knowledge and let its clinical precision settle his nerves. The knowledge responded with a cascade of information about Voldemort's known capabilities, weaknesses, magical preferences, and psychological profile, and none of it helped, because the knowledge was about an abstract threat and Harry's nerves were about his friends, who were going to walk into danger because he'd asked them to. He was not afraid for himself. He hadn't been afraid for himself since he was 6, since the belt and the scar and the breaking open. He was afraid for them. For Ron and his reckless courage and his chess-brain and his stupid, beautiful loyalty. For Hermione and her fierce brilliance and her crooked smile and the way she said his name when she was worried. For Neville and his trembling hands and his adamantine heart and his parents in St. Mungo's who would never know what their son was about to do. The knowledge offered a cold assessment, acceptable risk. The protections are designed to be passable. Dumbledore intended this confrontation. Your friends are prepared. The probability of serious harm is, shut up, Harry said, aloud, to the empty dormitory. The knowledge went silent. It always did, when he told it to. It was a library, not a master. At midnight, he went downstairs. They were waiting. All three of them, dressed in dark clothes, wands in hand. Ron was pale but steady. Hermione was rigid with controlled intensity. Neville was shaking and present and not going anywhere. Ready? Harry asked. 3 nods. They left the common room. The fat lady protested sleepily, students out of bed. I should report, but Hermione had already cast a mild confundus that sent the portrait back to snoring. The corridors were dark, lit only by the moonlight streaming through the high windows and the occasional torch that the castle kept burning through the night. Harry led them through the castle's empty passages with the confidence of someone reading a map. Left at the 3rd staircase. Through the tapestry shortcut on the 5th floor. Down the spiral steps to the 3rd floor. Past the suits of armor that stood sentinel in the moonlight, their empty visors tracking the 4 children with the passive awareness of old enchantments. The door to the 3rd floor corridor was unlocked. It had been locked all year, Harry had checked monthly, and now it stood slightly ajar, a thin line of darkness showing between the door and the frame. Quirrell had already gone through. He's ahead of us, Harry said. Stay close. Stay quiet. And if I tell you to run, you run. He pushed the door open. The corridor was dark and smelled of dog. Enormous dog. The 3-headed variety, which was currently slumped in a massive, snoring heap in the middle of the hallway, its 3 heads lolling, drool pooling on the flagstones. A harp sat in the corner, playing itself, Quirrell's solution, enchanted music, keeping the beast asleep. Oh my God, Hermione whispered. Don't wake it, Harry whispered back. There's a trapdoor underneath it. We need to move it, no, wait. The trapdoor was visible beneath the dog's massive paw. Harry pointed his wand, focused his intention, and the paw lifted, a silent, controlled, wandless levitation that he layered on top of the harp's enchantment to avoid disrupting it. The trapdoor swung open, revealing a square of impenetrable darkness. Devil's snare below, Harry said. Neville, this is you. Neville stepped forward. His face was white, his wand trembling, but his voice was steady. I know Devil's snare. Professor Sprout covered it in week 3. It hates light and heat. I can handle it. I know you can. Jump first. We'll follow. Neville looked at the darkness. Then he jumped. Harry heard him land, heard a brief commotion, the wet, squeezing sound of vines trying to constrict, then Neville's voice, Lumos Solum. And a blaze of warm golden light erupted from below, followed by the hissing, retreating sound of Devil's snare releasing its grip. It's clear. Neville called up. They jumped. One by one, Harry, Hermione, Ron, dropping through the trapdoor and landing on a bed of now retreating plant matter. Neville stood at the edge, his wand blazing, his posture firm. The Devil's snare recoiled from him like a living thing fleeing a fire. Brilliant, Neville, Harry said. Neville's face flushed, but he stood taller. This is where you stay, Harry told him. Guard this entrance. If anyone comes through that trapdoor who isn't us, stun them. If you can't stun them, run. Get McGonagall. Get Snape. Get anyone. Can you do that? Neville planted his feet. I can do that. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Then the 3 of them moved forward, into the dark. The Enchanted Keys room was next. A high-ceilinged chamber filled with the flutter and glitter of 100 winged keys, darting and swooping like a flock of demented birds. 3 battered broomsticks leaned against the wall. The door at the far end was already unlocked. Quirrell had been through, but the keys were agitated, their flight patterns erratic, clearly disturbed by the passage of someone who chased them recently. "We can skip this one," Harry said. "Doors open." They moved through into the chess chamber. It was enormous. A full-sized wizard's chessboard stretched across the floor, the pieces standing as tall as the children, black on one side, white on the other, carved from some kind of enchanted stone that gleamed in the torchlight. The white pieces had been arranged for a game. The black pieces were waiting, their stone faces blank and impassive. Several of the white pieces were damaged. Cracked, chipped, one knight shattered entirely. Quirrell had fought his way through. The board had reset after his passage, the pieces returning to their starting positions, the game offering itself anew to the next challenger. Ron walked to the edge of the board and his whole demeanor changed. The nervousness dropped away. The pale, fidgety boy who'd been following Harry through dark corridors was gone, replaced by someone focused and sharp and utterly in command. He studied the board the way a surgeon studies a patient, clinically, comprehensively, seeing everything at once. "I need to play," Ron said. "If we try to cross without playing, the pieces will attack. It's designed as a real game, McGonagall's work, you can tell by the aggression patterns, she plays a brutal Sicilian defense." He was already walking among the pieces, touching them, his chess brain mapping possibilities. "I'll take the Black Knight. Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, you're the castle on the king's side." "Ron," Hermione said, "are you sure?" "I'm sure. Don't move until I tell you. And whatever happens, don't leave your squares." They took their positions. Harry stood on the bishop's square, his wand in his pocket, letting Ron command the board. This was Ron's world. Harry had 50 books of dark knowledge and a magical core that could crack flagstones, and none of it mattered here. What mattered was the mind of a boy who'd been playing chess since he could hold a piece, who saw the board the way Harry saw magical auras, completely, intuitively, as a living system of threat and opportunity. Ron played. The white pieces moved with brutal intelligence. McGonagall's enchantment was no joke, adapting in real time, shifting strategies, pressing advantages. But Ron was better. He sacrificed pawns to open lines. He used Harry's bishop to pin the White Queen. He moved Hermione's castle into a defensive position that protected the king while threatening the opponent's flank. His face was calm, his voice steady, calling out moves with the quiet authority of someone who was in absolute control. Knight to e5. Harry, move to c4. Hermione, hold. The game narrowed. Pieces were taken, white and black, shattered stones scattering across the board with each capture. The violence of it was startling. These were not gentle captures, but full-force collisions, stone smashing against stone with the sound of small explosions. Ron's face was tight with concentration. He was seeing something, Harry could tell by the way his eyes had gone distant, tracking possibilities 5, 6, 7 moves ahead. "I've got it," Ron said quietly. "I can see checkmate." But, he stopped. His eyes focused. He looked at Harry. "The knight has to be sacrificed," Ron said. "Me. I have to move to g3. The queen will take me. But when she does, Harry, you move to f3. That's checkmate." "Ron, no, it's the only line. I've checked twice. The queen takes the knight, but it opens the lane. You end it in one move. We can find another way." "Let me look at the board, there isn't another way, Harry." Ron's voice was steady. Certain. The voice of a player who had seen the inevitable and accepted it. "The queen's capture involves a physical hit. I'll go down. I might be hurt. But the game ends and the door opens and you move on." Hermione's hand was pressed against her mouth. Her eyes were bright and terrified. "Ron," Harry said. "It's chess, mate. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a piece to win the game." Ron grinned, a shaky, brave, impossibly Ron grin. "Just make sure you win." He moved to G3. The white queen turned. Crossed the board with slow, inexorable purpose, her stone face blank, her massive arm drawn back. Ron stood on his square and didn't flinch. The queen's arm swept forward. It caught Ron across the chest and sent him flying, off the square, off the board, skidding across the stone floor and hitting the far wall with a sickening crack. He crumpled. Didn't move. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. "Don't move!" Harry shouted. "Hermione, stay on your square." Harry moved to F3. Checkmate. The White King threw his crown at Harry's feet, and the remaining pieces shuffled aside, clearing the path to the door. Harry ran to Ron. Hermione was right behind him, abandoning her square the instant the game ended, dropping to her knees beside Ron's body. He was breathing, Harry could see it, could feel his magical signature still pulsing, strong and steady. Unconscious, but alive. The hit had been to the chest, cracked ribs, possibly, a concussion from the wall impact, but nothing life-threatening. Nothing that Madame Pomfrey couldn't fix in an hour. "He's okay," Harry said, his hands on Ron's chest, feeling the steady heartbeat beneath the skin. "He's unconscious. Concussion, maybe some broken ribs. He'll be fine." Hermione was crying. Not sobbing, she was too controlled for that, but tears were streaming down her face in silent rivers, and her hands were shaking as she pressed them against Ron's freckled cheeks. "I'll stay with him," she said. "Hermione, you need to go on. The logic puzzle is next, Snape's room, but you've studied with Snape for 4 years, you can handle it without me." She looked up at him, her face wet, her eyes blazing. "Go. Stop him. I'll get Ron to the hospital wing. Can you carry him? Mobile corpus. We learned it in the study group, remember? I can levitate him back through the chessboard and the key room and up through the devil's snare chamber. Neville can help me from there." She was right. She could handle it. She was Hermione Granger, and she could handle anything. Harry stood. He looked down at Ron, his first friend, his best friend, brave and loyal and stupid enough to walk onto a chessboard and offer himself up as a sacrifice so that someone else could win, and he felt something in his chest that was too big for words and too heavy for his ribs. "I'll end this," he said. He turned and walked through the door. Snape's room was a table with 7 bottles and a roll of parchment. The parchment contained a riddle, elegant, logical, very Snape. 3 bottles were poison, 2 were nettle wine, 1 would send you forward, 1 would send you back. The logic was straightforward once you stripped away the poetry. The smallest bottle on the right-hand end would take you forward through the black flames into the final chamber. Harry picked it up. Drank it. Felt a wave of cold wash over him, ice running through his veins, and then he stepped through the black flames and into Dumbledore's chamber. The room was circular, stone-walled, lit by a pale, sourceless light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. In the center of the room stood the mirror of Eriste. Tall, ornate, its golden frame carved with symbols that the knowledge identified as a blend of Middle English and runic Sumerian. The inscription across the top, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi, read backward, I show not your face but your heart's desire. And standing before the mirror, his back to Harry, his turban unwound and trailing on the floor, was Quirrell. Without the turban, the truth was visible. The back of Quirrell's head was not the back of a head. It was a face. Chalk-white, flat-nosed, red-eyed, pressed into the skull like a death mask fused to living tissue. It was Voldemort, or what remained of him. The face was gaunt, stretched, barely three-dimensional, like something painted on skin rather than grown from bone. But the eyes were real. Crimson, slitted, burning with a cold intelligence that the knowledge in Harry's head recognized the way a hand recognizes fire. Quirrell was staring into the mirror, his own face wild with frustration. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how do I get it? The mirror, it won't, use the boy, said the face on the back of his head. The voice was barely a voice, thin, cold, carrying the way a whisper carries in a cathedral. Use Potter. He has arrived. Quirrell spun around. Without the stutter. Without the mask. His face was naked, gaunt, desperate, terrified, the face of a man who had been eaten alive from the inside and had nothing left to lose. Potter, Quirrell said. Professor, Harry said. He walked into the room. His wand was in his hand, but lowered, unthreatening. He kept his eyes on Quirrell's face, on the human face, the one in front, and he saw what was there. Pain. Exhaustion. The remnants of a man who had once been ordinary. You don't have to do this, Harry said. I don't listen to the boy, the thin voice hissed from the back of Quirrell's head. He's stalling. Use him. Force him to look in the mirror. You're dying, Professor, Harry said. His voice was calm. Not cold, calm. The voice of someone stating a fact, not delivering a threat. Voldemort is killing you. The parasitic attachment is consuming your life force. You have weeks left at most. If you get the stone, he'll use the elixir to rebuild his body, not to save yours. You know that. Quirrell's face spasmed. The fear in his eyes was bottomless, not fear of Harry, not fear of death, but fear of the thing on the back of his skull, the master he couldn't refuse, the consciousness that had been whispering in his brain for over a year. I have no choice, Quirrell whispered. You don't understand, he's in my head, he's always in my head, I can't, let me speak to the boy. The voice was no longer thin. It filled the chamber like a physical force, reverberating off the stone walls, and Harry felt it in his scar, not pain, not the splitting agony of the rupture 5 years ago, but a resonance. A vibration. The echo of a connection that had been severed when the Horcrux burned out. Quirrell turned around. Slowly, puppet-like, controlled by strings that were not his own. He turned until the face on the back of his head was facing Harry, and those crimson eyes locked onto Harry's green ones. Harry Potter, said Lord Voldemort. I have wanted to meet you for a very long time. Harry looked at the face of the man who had murdered his parents. The flat nose. The slitted nostrils. The skin like bleached paper, stretched over a skull that didn't exist, projected onto the back of another man's head like a movie onto a screen. The red eyes that burned with an intelligence that was vast and cold and entirely without mercy. The knowledge in his head erupted. 50 books, all at once, every reference to Voldemort, every analysis of his magic, every clinical assessment of his capabilities and weaknesses and psychological profile. The information was immense. Voldemort's preferred dueling stance. His signature curse modifications. His Horcrux methodology. The specific magical frequency of his soul fragments. The way his power manifested, cold, precise, overwhelming, designed to dominate rather than destroy, because Voldemort didn't want to kill his enemies, he wanted them to kneel. Harry absorbed it all in the space of a heartbeat and set it aside. I know who you are, Harry said. I know what you are. I know what you've done and what you want and how you plan to get it. I know about the Horcruxes, all of them. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. I know where they are and I know how to destroy them. The chamber went very still. Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed. For the first time since the conversation began, something other than cold confidence flickered across that inhuman face. Not fear, Voldemort did not feel fear, had burned the capacity for it out of himself decades ago. But surprise. Real, genuine surprise. You cannot know these things, Voldemort said. No one knows, the Horcrux in my scar knew. The fragment you left in me, intentionally or accidentally, it doesn't matter, was carrying a library. 50 texts. The most forbidden dark arts books ever written. Including detailed theoretical analyses of Horcrux creation, stabilization, and destruction. Harry held up his hand, counting off fingers. Tom Riddle's diary, hidden with Lucius Malfoy. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, hidden in the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, cursed with a lethal withering hex. Salazar Slytherin's locket, hidden in a cave on the coast, protected by an Inferius-infested lake and a basin of the drink of despair. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the room of requirement right here at Hogwarts. He dropped his hand. 5 Horcruxes. There were 6, but mine burned out when I was 6 years old. You're down to 5 anchors, Tom. And I know where every single one of them is. The name, Tom, landed like a slap. Voldemort's face contorted, the chalk-white skin twisting around those crimson eyes, and for a moment the mask of cold control cracked and something beneath it showed, rage. Pure, boundless, incandescent rage. Do not call me that name, Voldemort hissed. Why not? It's yours. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Half-blood son of a Muggle father and a squib mother. Raised in Wool's Orphanage in London. Hogwarts class of 1945. Head boy. Brilliant, charismatic, utterly incapable of love. Harry's voice was steady. Factual. Not cruel, just honest. You remade yourself as Voldemort because you were ashamed of what you were. A poor, abandoned child with a Muggle name. You built an entire ideology of blood purity around your own self-hatred. Every pureblood supremacist who follows you, every Death Eater who bows and calls you, my lord, they're worshipping a half-blood orphan from a London slum. Quirrell's body was shaking. Not from the cold. From the force of Voldemort's rage, which was radiating outward like heat from a furnace, warping the ambient magic, making the torches flicker and the mirror's surface ripple. You are a child, Voldemort said, and his voice was different now, lower, tighter, controlled the way a blade is controlled. A remarkable child, I'll grant you. But a child. You have knowledge, yes, impressive knowledge, stolen from my own collection. But knowledge is not power. Knowledge is not will. You do not have the strength to face me. I don't need to face you. Harry lowered his wand. Not in surrender, in dismissal. You can't touch me. Is that so? My mother's protection. Sacrificial blood magic. You know what it is, you've read the same books I have. A life given willingly in place of another creates a shield that persists as long as the bloodline endures. You can't touch me, Tom. Not while my mother's sacrifice lives in my skin. Quirrell found that out when he tried to shake my hand at the start of term. I saw him flinch. You burn when you touch me. A temporary inconvenience. Once I have the stone, you won't get the stone. Harry turned to the mirror of Eriste. He looked into it. The knowledge had told him what he'd see, and he'd spent months preparing for this moment, and he'd been right about what the mirror would show him, but being right and experiencing it were different things. He saw himself. Just himself. Standing in the circular chamber, healthy and whole and 11 years old. And around him, not behind him, not separate from him, but around him, woven into the image like threads in a tapestry, his friends. Ron, grinning, a chess piece in his hand. Hermione, her nose in a book, looking up to smile. Neville, standing tall, his wand steady. Snape, in the background, scowling, present. Tom the innkeeper, polishing a glass. The leaky cauldron. The common room. The castle. A life. A full, messy, imperfect, beautiful life. Not power. Not knowledge. Not the mastery of death or the secrets of immortality. Just, a life worth living. And in the mirror Harry's pocket, a small bulge appeared. Harry felt a weight materialize in his real pocket, a hard, angular shape pressing against his thigh. The stone. The mirror of Eriste had given it to him because he didn't want to use it. He wanted to protect it. He wanted to keep it from the creature on the back of Quirrell's head, and that want was pure, and the mirror had recognized it, and now the Philosopher's Stone was in his pocket and all he had to do was walk away. "What did you see?" Voldemort demanded. "What's in the mirror? Tell me." "My mum and dad," Harry lied. Easily, casually, without a flicker of deception in his voice. "Standing behind me. Smiling." "Liar." "Quirrell, seize him, take the mirror, seize him." Quirrell lunged. He was fast, faster than a man that deteriorated should have been, driven by Voldemort's will rather than his own failing body. His hands reached for Harry's throat, his fingers closing around the boy's neck, and the moment skin touched skin, Quirrell screamed. It was not a human sound. It was the sound of flesh burning, of magic recoiling from magic, of Lily Potter's sacrifice doing exactly what it had been designed to do. Where Quirrell's fingers touched Harry's skin, they blistered. Where his palms pressed against Harry's neck, they smoked. His flesh was cooking from the inside out, the protective magic turning his own touch into a weapon against him. Quirrell released Harry and stumbled back, staring at his hands. They were ruined, red, weeping, the skin peeling away in sheets. His face was a mask of agony. "Kill him!" Voldemort shrieked. "Use your wand. Destroy him." Quirrell fumbled for his wand. His fingers couldn't close around it, the burns were too severe, the nerves too damaged. The wand dropped. Rolled across the floor. Stopped at Harry's feet. Harry looked at Quirrell. At the ruined hands, the agonized face, the body that was failing, the man who was dying. "It's over, Professor," Harry said quietly. "Let go." "I can't, he won't let me, he's in my head, he's always in my head, kill the boy." Harry didn't raise his wand. He didn't cast a spell. He didn't reach into the library of 50 forbidden texts for some terrible, devastating piece of dark magic that would end this in fire and blood and screaming. Instead, he stepped forward and put his hands on Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate and devastating. The protection blazed, not the passive, defensive burn of a moment ago, but an active, aggressive surge of light and heat and magic so pure it was almost visible. Harry's hands were incandescent. Quirrell's skin was dissolving where Harry touched it, not burning but unraveling, the physical form losing coherence, the magic that held the parasitic bond together coming apart at the seams. Voldemort screamed. Not Quirrell, Voldemort. A sound that came from the face on the back of Quirrell's head, a howl of pain and fury and something Harry had never expected to hear from the darkest wizard who had ever lived, fear. The parasitic attachment was failing. The bond between host and passenger was collapsing under the assault of Lily's protection, which was not just repelling Voldemort's presence but actively attacking it, seeking out the dark magic and dismantling it the way Harry had taught Hermione to dismantle curses, finding the seams, pulling the threads, unraveling the construction. Quirrell's body went rigid. His eyes, his own eyes, brown and terrified and human, met Harry's, and in them Harry saw something he hadn't expected. Relief. Gratitude. The look of a prisoner being freed from a cell he'd thought he'd die in. "Thank you," Quirrell whispered. Then his body crumbled. It didn't fall, it crumbled, like a sandcastle in a wave, the physical form losing structure as the magic that had sustained it was stripped away. Quirrell dissolved into dust and ash and something gray and wispy that wasn't quite smoke, and from the ruins of his body, a shape rose, a dark, screaming, formless thing that had once been the most feared wizard in Britain. Voldemort's wraith form, torn from its host, ripped into the open air, a face without a body, red eyes burning in a cloud of shadow. It hung in the air for a moment, those crimson eyes fixed on Harry with a hatred so vast it was almost a physical force. The wraith mouth opened, and a voice that was barely a voice hissed words that Harry felt more than heard, "This is not over, Potter. I will return. I will always return." "I know," Harry said. "And I'll be ready." The wraith screamed, a final, terrible, echoing shriek, and then it was gone, tearing upward through the ceiling, through the stone, through the castle's wards, fleeing into the night like a wounded animal. Harry felt it pass through the ward boundary and out into the world, diminished and desperate and more dangerous than ever because now it was angry. The chamber was silent. Quirrell's ashes lay on the floor in a rough outline of a human shape. The mirror of Eriste stood untouched, its surface clear, reflecting nothing but the empty room. Harry's legs gave out. He hit the floor hard. His hands were burning, not from the protection, but from the after-effect, the raw magical discharge leaving his nerves oversensitized and his muscles depleted. The stone in his pocket was a hard lump against his thigh. The knowledge in his head was screaming data at him, Voldemort's trajectory, the Wraith's probable destination, the implications for the remaining Horcruxes, the strategic situation going forward, and Harry shut it off. Shut it all off. Set the books back on their shelves and closed the library door. He lay on the floor of the circular chamber, 11 years old, exhausted, shaking, victorious, alone. Not alone for long. The black flames at the chamber's entrance parted, and Albus Dumbledore walked through. He wasn't wearing his usual robes. He was in a traveling cloak, windswept, slightly out of breath, as if he'd come a long way in a very short time. His face was pale beneath the beard, and the twinkle in his eyes was absent entirely. What was there instead was raw, undisguised concern. "Harry," he said. "Professor." Dumbledore crossed the room in 3 strides and knelt beside him. His old hands, scarred, liver-spotted, trembling slightly, took Harry's wrists and turned them over, checking for damage. His eyes swept the room, the ashes, the mirror, the absence of Quirrell. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Tired?" "Magically depleted. The protection took a lot out of me." Harry sat up. The room swam. He waited for it to settle. "Quirrell's dead. Voldemort fled as a wraith. He went north, I think. Back toward Albania." Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. "I am sorry," he said. "I should have been here. I was called away, a false summons from the ministry. I realized the deception too late. You knew this was going to happen." Harry's voice was flat. Not angry, too tired for anger. "You set it up. The protections, the gauntlet, the stone in the mirror. You knew Quirrell would make his move and you knew I'd try to stop him. You were banking on it." Dumbledore didn't deny it. He sat back on his heels and looked at Harry with an expression that held everything he usually hid behind the twinkle, the guilt, the calculation, the weight of a lifetime spent making terrible choices for what he believed were good reasons. "I was," he said. "Not banking, exactly. Hoping. Preparing. I believe, that the confrontation between you and Voldemort was inevitable, and that it was better to have it happen here, in a controlled environment, with protections in place, than in some uncontrolled circumstance where the outcome might be, my friend is in the hospital wing. Ron took a hit from an enchanted chess piece trying to get me here. Hermione is probably having a breakdown. Neville stood guard in a dungeon full of Devil's Snare for an hour. They did this because I asked them to, and I asked them because you set up a gauntlet that required a team." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I'm not a chess piece, Professor. Neither are they." "No. You're not." Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. "You are, I think, the best person I have ever known. And I have known a great many people." "Don't." Harry shook his head. "Don't do that. Don't turn this into a compliment. My friends got hurt tonight. A man died tonight, Quirrell, who was a victim as much as an accomplice. This isn't a victory. This is the minimum acceptable outcome of a plan that should never have involved children. Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment. The silence in the chamber was total. The mirror reflected them both, an old man kneeling, a young boy sitting on the floor, two figures in a room where something terrible and necessary had happened. "You're right," Dumbledore said. "I have treated you as a tool. A weapon. A piece on a board. I told myself it was for the greater good, a phrase I should have learned to mistrust decades ago. I told myself that you were uniquely equipped to handle this, that your knowledge and power made you more than a child, that the risk was justified by the outcome." He paused. "I was wrong." Harry stared at him. In 5 years of knowing Dumbledore, 5 years of reading his aura, analyzing his motives, debating his strategies, he had never heard the old man say those words. "I was wrong," Dumbledore repeated. "And I am sorry. Truly, deeply sorry. Not for the outcome, Voldemort has been driven off and the stone is safe, but for the method. For the cost. For treating Harry Potter as a strategic asset rather than an 11-year-old boy." Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. It was smaller than he'd expected. About the size of a large marble, ruby red, with a faint internal glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. It was warm in his hand. The magical signature was extraordinary, alchemical, ancient, layered with 6 centuries of Flamel's genius. It was, by any measure, the single most valuable object in the wizarding world. Harry held it out to Dumbledore. "Give it back to Flamel," he said. "And then destroy it. He's had 600 years. That's enough." Dumbledore took the stone. His fingers closed around it, and something passed across his face, a flicker of desire, quickly suppressed, the ghost of a temptation he'd spent his entire life resisting. The Deathly Hallows. The Philosopher's Stone. The endless, seductive promise of immortality. He put the stone in his pocket. "Nicholas and I have already discussed this possibility," Dumbledore said. "He agrees. The stone will be destroyed. The elixir will run out. Nicholas and Perenelle will die, as all things must, in their own time." "Good. Harry, the things you said to Voldemort. About the Horcruxes. You know where they are. I know where they were when the books in my head were last updated. Some may have been moved. But yes, I have locations for all 5 remaining Horcruxes." Dumbledore's expression was, Harry had never seen anything quite like it. Hope and fear and grief and determination, all layered together, all visible because the mask was down, because tonight had stripped it away. "We will need to discuss this," Dumbledore said. "At length. In detail. Not tonight. Tonight you need rest and your friends need you and I need to take an unconscious gamekeeper out of a 3-headed dog's embrace." Hagrid fell asleep with the dog. Hagrid always falls asleep with the dog. It's his dog. Dumbledore stood. Offered Harry a hand. Harry took it and pulled himself to his feet. They stood in a circular chamber, the old wizard and the young one, and the mirror of Eriste reflected them back, 2 figures surrounded by the ashes of a dead man and the ghost of a Dark Lord's fury, standing in the aftermath of something that was both an ending and a beginning. "Professor," Harry said. "Yes. Next year. Whatever you're planning, whatever the next stage of this war looks like, you bring me in. Not as a piece. As a partner. You tell me what you know, and I tell you what I know, and we make decisions together. No more manipulation. No more tests. No more games." Dumbledore looked at him. Looked at this child, this impossible, terrifying, beautiful child, with his mother's eyes and his father's jaw and 50 books of darkness in his head and a heart so stubborn and so bright that it had looked at the mirror of Eriste and seen nothing but the life he'd already built. "Agreed," Dumbledore said. They left the chamber together. Ron was fine. Ron was better than fine. Ron was sitting up in the hospital wing bed with a bandage around his chest and a grin on his face, holding court for an audience of Hermione, Neville, Fred, George, and Ginny Weasley, who had somehow gotten the story out of her brothers and had spent the last hour staring at Ron with the kind of naked hero worship that only a little sister could produce. And then the Queen just smashed me, right across the chest, and I went flying, and I hit the wall, and the last thing I remember is thinking, well, at least it was checkmate, Harry said, from the doorway. Ron's face lit up. Harry. Tell them. Tell them about the checkmate. It was the most brilliant chess I've ever seen, Harry said. Ron sacrificed himself to open the lane. One move. Checkmate. Wicked, Fred said. Legendary, George agreed. Completely mental, Hermione added, but she was smiling, and her eyes were red, and she was sitting close enough to Ron's bed that her shoulder brushed the mattress. Harry sat down at the foot of the bed. Neville was in the next bed over. Madame Pomfrey had insisted on keeping him overnight, though the worst of his injuries was a mild case of devil's snare rash and a significant case of delayed shock. He was wrapped in a blanket, drinking hot chocolate, looking dazed but triumphant. Nobody got past me, Neville said. I stood at the trapdoor for an hour and nobody came. But I was ready. You were ready, Harry confirmed. You were brilliant, Neville. Neville's face glowed. Hermione stood up and walked to Harry. She stood in front of him, her arms crossed, her face a complicated mixture of relief and anger and affection. You went into the final chamber alone, she said. I had to. You faced Voldemort alone. It was the only way. You could have died. I didn't. That's not the point, Harry James Potter. Harry looked at her. Then at Ron, who was grinning through his bandages. Then at Neville, with his hot chocolate and his blanket and his quiet, unshakable courage. I know, he said. I know that's not the point. The point is that I had people who cared enough to come with me, and I should have cared enough to not go alone. I know. Hermione's arms uncrossed. She hugged him. It was the second time she'd hugged him this year, and it was tighter than the first. Next time, she said into his shoulder, we go together. All the way. Next time, Harry promised. They stayed in the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey kicked them out at 2 a.m, and even then, Hermione had to be physically removed from Ron's bedside, and Neville had to be convinced that his toad was not also in need of medical attention. Harry was the last to leave. He stood in the doorway and looked back at Ron, asleep now, his face peaceful, his chest rising and falling under the white bandages. Night, Ron, Harry said. Ron snored. Harry smiled and went to bed. The end-of-year feast was a Gryffindor triumph. Dumbledore awarded last-minute points that pushed them over the top, 50 to Ron for the chess game, 50 to Hermione for logic under pressure, 50 to Neville for standing his ground, and 60 to Harry for outstanding courage and the wise restraint of power, which was Dumbledore's way of saying thank you for not burning down the castle. The Great Hall erupted. Gryffindor banners replaced Slytherin ones. The Weasley twins set off fireworks. McGonagall's lip trembled. Snape looked like he'd been forced to eat a lemon, which was exactly how Snape looked when he was secretly not displeased. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with his friends around him, and the library in his head was quiet, and the boy was loud, and the feast was golden, and the candles floated, and outside the enchanted ceiling, the June sky was endless and blue. Later, on the train home, in the same compartment where it had all begun 9 months ago, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and the countryside rolled past the windows, green and gold and alive with summer, and they talked and laughed and ate sweets and didn't mention Voldemort or Horcruxes or the war that was coming, because today was not for war. Today was for being 11 and being friends and being alive. At King's Cross, they said goodbye on the platform. Hermione hugged each of them. Neville shook hands with the solemn formality of a boy who had never had friends before this year and was slightly afraid they might vanish over the summer. Ron clapped Harry on the back and said, "See you in September, mate," with the casual certainty of someone who had no doubt they'd be back here in 10 weeks, doing all of it again. Harry stood on the platform and watched them go. Hermione to her parents, bright-faced and chattering. Neville to his grandmother, a formidable woman in a vulture hat who listened to his account of the year with an expression of increasing astonishment. Ron to his mother, who folded him into a hug so comprehensive that it threatened to absorb him entirely. Then Harry picked up his trunk, walked through the barrier, and stepped into Muggle London. The cab ride to the Leaky Cauldron took 20 minutes. Tom was behind the bar, polishing glasses, his bald head gleaming in the afternoon light. He looked up when Harry walked in, and his toothless face split into a smile so wide it looked like it might meet at the back of his head. "Welcome home, Mr. Potter." "Thanks, Tom. It's good to be back." Harry carried his trunk upstairs. Room 7. The same bed, the same window, the same view of the brick wall that led to the alley. He set the trunk down, sat on the bed, and looked around at the small, shabby, wonderful room that had been his first real home. On the nightstand, a letter. Fresh parchment, violet ink, the Hogwarts seal. "Dear Harry, I hope the train journey was pleasant. I wanted to write to confirm our arrangement for the summer. I will visit you at the Leaky Cauldron on July 15th, and we will begin planning the Horcrux campaign in earnest. You were right about many things this year. Chief among them, you are not a chess piece. You are a partner. I will endeavor to treat you as one going forward. Additionally, I should mention that Severus has requested permission to continue your potions instruction over the summer." He phrased the request as, preventing the boy from blowing up the pub, but I believe translation services are unnecessary. With sincere respect, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Nicholas sends his thanks. The stone has been destroyed. He and Perenelle are, he tells me, looking forward to the next great adventure. I find, as I grow older, that I agree with the sentiment. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. He went to the window. Opened it. Let the sounds of Diagon Alley wash over him, the bustle, the commerce, the laughter, the clink of coins, the hoot of owls, the thousand small sounds of a world that was magical and messy and alive. 5 years ago, he'd stood in this room for the first time, a broken 6-year-old with a plastic bag full of stolen clothes and 50 books of darkness in his head. He'd cried into a pillow because the sheets were clean and nobody was going to hit him. Now he was 11. He had a wand and a brain full of the most dangerous knowledge ever compiled and 3 best friends and a professor who pretended not to care and a headmaster who was learning to treat him like a person and a dark lord who wanted him dead. He had a war ahead of him. Horcruxes to find. A prophecy he suspected existed, though the knowledge hadn't given him the specifics. Years of fighting and planning and growing and learning, years of being the person the wizarding world needed him to be while also being the person he wanted to be. But that was later. That was July 15th and September 1st and the long road ahead. Right now, Harry Potter was home. He leaned on the windowsill, and the summer air was warm, and below him the alley hummed with life, and the library in his head sat quiet and ready on its shelves, and the boy who had been broken and remade, who carried darkness without becoming dark, who had walked into fire and come out the other side with his heart intact, the boy looked out at the world and smiled. Not because the world was good. It wasn't, always. But because he was in it, and his friends were in it, and tomorrow was coming, and he was ready. Harry Potter was ready.